whoever is here. Welcome, early arrivers, to this little event. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I do want to watch that. What year is this from? Uh-oh. I do want to watch that. I don't know if it's stream material though. That might be a bit too much for stream. Chad Logic Noir. Destiny Drunk Dials post-Palestine panel. Wonderful. How are you all? Oh damn, I did want to watch this. Okay, I might start with this actually. There's this video.
Ask a
Wrong thing. No, no. No. Oh gosh. Hold on. I'm gonna find it. No. 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 I'm gonna do some. We're gonna start it off with Israel Palestine because that's, oh, there you go, from 1 month ago. An interview that turns aggressive, apparently. So we're gonna watch that. We're gonna watch this and see. It's 38 minutes. I'm ready. I've watched some of it.
Cause is the
Robbie, throat of it wise.
Interesting. Okay. React. Nothing. Wait. Have to fix this. So what we have here. Uh-oh, wrong thing. What we have here is an anti-Zionist rabbi who will be clashing with an interviewer who's also Jewish, as you can see. So I'm gonna watch this and see where it goes. Up. Okay. Oh, we're going to pause and comment where necessary.
Rabbi Srotovit Wise is a spokesman for the Jewish group Neturei Karta. Whilst Neturei Karta is a very religious Jewish group, one of their main beliefs is opposing the state of Israel and opposing.
It would make sense considering that, according to Judaism, the return to Israel can only happen when the Messiah returns. Or rather, not returns, when the Messiah comes for the first time. So that would make perfect sense that a hyper-religious group would be against Zionism and Israel. Even though oftentimes modern Zionism, current Zionism sort of tries to co-opt the religious language to further its political goals. But apart from that.
Zionism. So I want to get started and talk about current affairs, what's happening in Israel, and get your thoughts on that. So the war in Israel that's happening right now, whose fault would you blame it to? I mean, there's 28,000 people that are dead. Who would you assign the blame to?
Well,
Israel. I would assign the blame to those who killed I think now it's 30,000. But this is from a month ago, so we can forgive the numbers from not being exactly on point. But I guess the easiest answer to the question, who would you blame for the killing of 30,000? Here it's 28,000 or something people. I guess I would blame it on the people that killed the 28,000 people. Sounds reasonable.
first, with the help of the Almighty, I pray to the Almighty to bestow upon me His truth, His wisdom, that I may be worthy of conveying His message, and so,
Amen.
with the help of the Almighty, sanctify His name and bring peace to the world. Amen. We put the blame squarely in the hands of Zionism and the state of Israel. Now, we're saying it hurts very much. The October 7th, it hurts not only October 7th, it hurts since the concept of Zionism started. There has been a
concept of Zionism. I wonder, when would this rabbi say that the concept of Zionism started? Because it certainly started before Herzl. But then again, you could make the argument that with Herzl, the Zionism as we know it currently sort of started.
rift, a mistrust. There has been bloodshed. A lot of people died. Jewish people died. Besides, of course, the tens of thousands of Palestinian people that died. But there's there is tens of thousands of Jews that died simply because of this concept of Zionism and the attempt to create, in which they did, the state of Israel. So
nation state of Israel, in which Jewish people would be a national identity.
We squarely put the blame on that. It hurts the death of the Palestinians, the death of Jews. Obviously, it hurts very much. But we have to understand. Anybody who's thinking logically and clearly, I mean, is not trying to fool himself or try to fool the world, will understand that the logic here, that it is 100% because of the establishment of a Zionist entity. Take that away, and we have our former hundreds of years coexistence, Jews and Muslims, Jews and Arabs in Palestine, when it was under the Ottoman Empire.
I guess the Ottoman Empire, I guess he is referring to the millet system that existed in the Ottoman Empire. It was not exactly a millet system before, so it is retrospectively referred to as a millet system, but I think it officially became one only in the 19th century when it sort of got officially named as such by the Ottoman Empire. But what it basically meant is that all the religious communities had a certain amount of autonomy within the Ottoman Empire, including its own internal courts.
Whatever situation, when you go to any other Arab country where we also have a distinctly different religion, Jews from Muslims, right? And the very religious communities throughout the Arab world and throughout the Muslim world, including in Palestine, of course, we had the beautiful luminaries, we had the beautiful, the great holy men living in all these communities, and including in Palestine and Jerusalem, and I mean, just these are facts on the ground. But you had Baba Sali, you had people in Iraq, you had people in Egypt, you had all through the ages with a distinctly different religion. We coexisted. So the difference of religion was never an impediment of coexistence. The establishment of this nationalist home to take over the rule in the land of Palestine is the direct cause, is the reason of bloodshed, of oppression, of hate, of this terrible quagmire, the terrible situation, the Nakba that we're in now.
You said you've put fully the blame on.
Okay, so this is just the start. We've not seen it escalate yet. I suppose the clash will happen as the questions go on, because this feels pretty amicable so far. I guess that would be the case. It hasn't even started yet.
The state of Israel for what they've done. Would you, for the war, would you put any blame at all for Hamas on it, for what they did on October 7th?
Well,
yes, I would. I would put the blame on Hamas for the thing that they did, yes.
This is what I said. It hurts. It hurts everybody. It hurts, I'm sure, it hurts Hamas. It hurts every single human being who's a normal human being, hurts when people are killed. We're not going to get into that. You're not going to get into facts of World War II where people, soldiers went and they shot enemy soldiers. People come home and they get them what is it called after AFPSP post
PTSD.
Stress
PTSD
syndrome, right?
Post-stress trauma or something.
Excuse me? Yeah.
Post-stress trauma or something.
This is crazy. Of course it hurts. It's terrible. And we as a Jewish people, when we suffered, our tradition, our law.
Post-traumatic stress disorder, by the way.
When we say tradition, it's not like only like you follow as a tradition. It's a law. It's strictly obliged to follow by Judaism. When we suffered on the nations, we have a system that the Torah tells us how we approach our oppression. We are to pray to the Almighty, to be introspective, see what caused our problems, what sins we did. Fast, the rabbis declare a fast, as it says in the Shulchan Aruch, the law books. And then after we pray to God and repent, then we approach the governing body, whether it's a king, whether it's a president, whatever it may be, and we try to placate them and to understand what they have, what they want of us, and just like Yaakov, the father of Judaism, it's called in Israel is Jacob, right? That's the same person. That was one of his names. And he went and he approached Esau, who wanted to murder. And what did he do? He prayed to God, and then he went and he brought him presents. And then it says,
I don't think that would have worked with the Nazis. In fact, it didn't. With the community's leaders in Warsaw that did not wish to permit Jewish people to fight back. I don't think placating the Nazi would have worked to dissuade them from enacting their genocide on us. I don't think that would have been the winning strategy.
The Ramban or great leaders told us, he taught the Jewish people throughout the generations how we should approach our problems. And then it says he prepared also for war by dividing his camps in two, that if one, God forbid, gets killed, they should be able to escape. We are taught in Judaism that we are to approach our problems by appeasement, by praying to God, repenting, being good Jews, and then approaching the people who want to kill us, to placate them, and then if it's necessary.
Again, I do not think that placating the Nazis would have worked, but maybe it's just me.
That we leave, and so forth. But so the issue, the approach of other nations, that when they're attacked, the international law of that if a person is being oppressed, the country, they have the right to for self-defense and to kill or murder. We're totally out of this realm. We don't discuss this realm.
Hello, fake Call Parker.
Because that's not the issue. Our issue is to speak up to the world and say that the Zionists are the ones who have caused and are causing this rift, and they are causing and will cause, God forbid, as long as they exist.
This is an interview of an anti-Zionist rabbi and I assume a Zionist Jewish interviewer, and they will clash at some point. That point has not arrived yet, but we're waiting. We're waiting for it to happen. We'll see. We'll see if it happens.
And suffering. It hurts. It's painful to the depth of our hearts. All the people that are being killed and dying. But if you want to stop it, you have to say, who is doing it? Who's setting the fire? And that's what you have to talk about. Not talk about the soldiers on the ground who are calling it, that it's international right to protect themselves and so forth. That is not the issue. You want to stop. You want to stop the death. And being that they're claiming international rights to do it, the answer to that is not, oh, you're wrong, you're evil, and while you're doing international law, you're thinking of bad thoughts. That's not the issue. The issue is to think, to take the evil, the true evil, the one who is trying to put the blame on others, the one who's trying to obfuscate, the ones who are claiming that to vilify the victims. Point the finger at the right person. Don't say because they happen to be your backers and supporters in political and voting around the world, and that therefore what other issues that you want to support them because of the different reasons, or purely because of humanitarian reasons. You feel the suffering of Jews that we went through the Holocaust and so forth. You're going to help them. Therefore, you're going to close your eyes and be blind to the facts on the ground that they've occupied a land against the will of the Muslim, the Christian, and, mind you, ironically, bitterly, against the Jewish community that.
Interesting. I mean,
was living there. There was a religious Jewish community that was living there for hundreds of years in the same courtyards, in the same. In every single city, they live together. I know the people there. They're my relatives here. I mean, this is how we were living together in Palestine. The chief rabbi of the Jewish community that was there before Zionism. Remember, nobody could refute the fact that Zionism is a movement of 100-odd years. Nobody.
At this point, it's a bit longer than 100 years.
I could refute that. They may try. They may say they're older than their parents. that's not going to change the facts on the ground. Zionism, the chief rabbi of the Jewish community, there was a Sephardic and Ashkenazic rabbi. The chief rabbi, Rabbi Dushinsky of blessed memory, pleaded with the United Nations in 1947, where he said, we furthermore wish to express our definite opposition to a Jewish state in any part of Palestine. This is what he pleaded with the delegation of the United Nations. And the Jewish people have been standing, demonstrating.
I certainly did not know that.
Being murdered, mind you, being murdered by the Zionists, attacked, viciously attacked, arrested in the tens of thousands. They march in the around the world. The ones who are religious, Jewish people, will never, I'm talking about true to the religion. You have,
and again, as I've said, the broader Polish Jewish community was actually anti-Zionist. It was pretty anti-Zionist, which of course changed after the Holocaust. But before the war, both secular and religious Jewish people in Poland were, for the most part, anti-Zionist.
modern Orthodox, that's a different story. Those are ones that are, modern means is a euphemism for a compromised Judaism. But the ones that are true to Judaism understands that Judaism means subservience to God, the acceptance of our covenant that we made 3,000 years ago with God, and that we can never change from that. It's God's Torah. You can't change God's words. And God gave us a Torah to be subservient. God gave us a law that through the prophecies of King Solomon, that after the destruction of the temple, we are expressly forbidden.
Of course, there's fundamentally a big problem with this argument, and that is that Zionism, at the end of the day, as much as it co-opts the language of religion, is at its core not really a religious project. It is a project for those who wish to treat Jewishness as a national identity, which does not necessarily have to do with religion at all. In fact, Herzl himself was not very religious, so the propagator, the spreader of Zionism as we know it today, was not exactly a religious person himself.
Attempt to re-establish a Jewish sovereignty until God, with his compassion, will end exile and all the nations will go up and serve God in harmony, not become Jewish. But till that day comes, with the coming of the Messiah, which will happen entirely without any human intervention through God himself, till that day we are to remain loyal citizens in every country where we reside, not to attempt to reestablish a Jewish sovereignty. This concept of reestablishing a Jewish sovereignty is purely the brainstorm of these people, heretics, people who estrange.
It's not exactly a re-establishing of Jewish sovereignty. It's the creation of a modern Jewish nation and a modern Jewish nation state. Sort of.
Themselves from God. Theodor Herzl, Ben Gurion, you see they're making it the Declaration of Independence in the Independence Hall in 1948, this historic moment for them. And not one of them at the dais here is covering their heads. I mean, a Jewish state they're making. A Jewish state. What is Judaism? Subservience to God, where we cover our heads because we believe as well. You're covering your head. Why? Because we wear a yarmulke. What does yarmulke mean? Yorei Malka. We fear the king. We have a king above us. Not these guys. They don't fear. They fear their prestige. They fear that they should have an elite government, an elite country. Basically, Zionism is a direct contradiction to our subservience to God. It's
damn. So I'm still waiting for the clash to happen. I hope this is not clickbait. We'll see. The whole video is 38 minutes. We're 11 minutes in and no clash so far has happened.
It's rooted in blasphemy and heresy that God doesn't protect us. We can have our own. We have to take a gun into our own hands, and it's forbidden for us to establish even in an uninhabited land 1 inch of Jewish sovereignty is a rebellion against God, because we're in exile that God put us into. Secondly, we're not allowed to kill or steal and to oppress, and certainly not a people who are so kind. The Muslim countries took us in through the Crusades, Inquisition, throughout history. So how dare they vilify these people, the Muslims, and say, oh, they hate the Jews, and that's the reason why there was October 7th. No, there was October 7th because you're simply suffocating a people for 75 years or more.
I see. So I guess the argument here is, and I don't even disagree with it, that years of oppression will sort of cause a reaction from the oppressed people sooner or later.
And bring it back to the question, which was, and I'm not sure if you gave a direct answer, maybe I missed it, but but would you blame at all?
I guess this is the clash that he says, well, you didn't answer if you're gonna condemn Hamas, basically. That's basically the question. Do you condemn Hamas, but with more words? Have you condemned Hamas lately? Hello, Logitech. Salam from Morocco. I'm not going to answer that question. Interesting. But yes, hello, Logitech.
Hamas, because I asked the question, I don't think you gave us...
I'll answer you again.
Great. Have you ever been to this stream before? Or is this your first time? Is this your first time on this stream, or?
It's not a one-word answer, because that is the talking point of Zionism. Zionism wants to, that's the trick of trying to create
I'm saying, would you blame any fault?
I told you, we are talking about who we are blaming, who are saying is causing. Does it hurt? It hurts. October 7th. Does it? What to do about that when you have a hemorrhaging wound? You turn and you stop that hemorrhaging wound. We are turning and saying Zionism is I refuse to get into a Zionist talking point. I'm not going to play their game, because
There you go. Condemned Hamas. Hello, Chum Guzzler. Wait, are you new to this stream? I see some new people on the stream. Are you all new here?
They are evil, and that is what they want. That question,
I guess this is where the clash is coming. Okay.
Is a creation of Zionist manipulation, of Zion.
Muslims helped Jews during the Crusades and the Holocaust. You can check this history about that. The Crusades. I mean, probably depends. Muslims are not a monolith, but it probably depends on the country, etc. I know that Jewish people had a certain amount of autonomy under the Ottoman Empire, under the Millet system.
Is attempting to
create.
Okay, so this is where the clash happens.
How's it to say that?
To get a foot to support them.
No, wait, so I mean, let me ask you about October 7th then. I mean, you said you gave quite emotional words about how you felt towards that, which in some sense was quite positive. But like, I asked you about the war in general. Who would you blame for that? And you said the state of Israel. But
I mean, technically, yeah. I mean, yeah, I would blame the war on Israel because of the whole occupation. So I guess in that sense I would. especially since Israel has been dabbling its feet in collective punishment. It's been sort of, well, Israel has been up to a lot of things.
But specifically, October 7th, would you blame Hamas, what they did on October 7th?
I am blaming the state of Israel.
What Hamas did on October 7th?
It hurts. Does it hurt? It hurts Hamas, I'm certain. It hurts Hamas what happened October 7th also. First of all, simply, a lot of their people were killed. It hurts them because, first of all, you don't even know. You don't know. And if you're going to say you know, then it's hubris.
Then you're lying, is what he wanted to say, but he will just say it's hubris. But what he actually wanted to say is, then you're lying. I know it. I know it in my heart that he wants to call him a liar. Like, what is... I don't know. What is the interviewer expecting exactly from a person that is an anti-Zionist? Is he expecting him to say, oh yeah, I blame Hamas and the state of Israel is totally within its rights to defend itself? Also, the war should be waged until Hamas is destroyed. Did he expect such answers from an anti-Zionist? I'm a bit confused as to why this interviewer is so baffled by what he's hearing. Like, I'm pretty sure this rabbi is not exactly secretive about his beliefs. I'm pretty sure he's not just, I don't know, exposing his belief system in his interview for the first time.
And it's not true, because the facts on the ground is that they have
The facts on the ground are. You have to keep the...
Hannibal syndrome, it's called, or something, that the Zionists killed many people. From that 1,200 people that killed, we don't even know how many they shot and killed from their own soldiers and citizens, because they didn't want them to be taken into captivity. They a lot of the story...
I mean, we have sort of discovered that the IDF did sort of kill people on... Yeah. So that is true. Shot cars that had hostages in them, etc.
Stories that they told that what happened there was patently false. It didn't begin to happen, and a lot of things that did happen is very possible. A lot of it was done through their own hands. But I told you that's an issue that is a non-starter. It's false. It's a Zionist propaganda talk point. Do you want peace? Do you want no more people to be killed? Jewish people to be killed? Not. I'm sure. I hate to say even in that way, because you don't. I'm sure as a human being you don't want anybody to be killed. You want to stop this? You want to stop the hemorrhaging? You want to stop this? Then stop playing a Zionist game. These are evil. The occupation is evil, and that is what we are facing. We are facing...
Although then I would ask, of course, if I were to be this person, I would ask, so what are you proposing to happen for Israel to just pack up and everybody to leave? To live where? To do what? You know, because at this point, like, the total dissolution of Israel is just untenable. It's just not gonna happen.
An occupation that is beyond
words. I understand that, but can I ask you? So
I'm not going to answer that question that you're trying to get me into the Zionist ploy. I'm not going to play your game.
It's not like I'm not playing any sides. I interview people from both sides and play devil's advocate for both sides. It's not. Don't worry. It's not specifically you. That's why I try and understand both sides. But like what you said about Hamas on October 7th. You said you won't blame Hamas at all for what happened on October 7th. I mean, personally, I can't see how you could say that. I mean,
I said I'm not talking about that. Don't put words in my mouth. That's why I asked you. I was a little suspicious when I see you coming with the yarmulke, although I'm still not certain who you are. But I'm not. But don't put words in my mouth and say what I said when I didn't say it. I said we're not talking about that issue. It hurts Hamas, it hurts us, it hurts everybody, the Jews that were killed. But we are...
Basically, I refuse to answer the question. He should move on. He should move on to other topics, to be quite honest. Or does he only have one question? Did he come with this one question and not prepare anything else? Is that it?
Saying if you want to stop this wound, this terrible, terrible injustice, the pain, the suffering of...
Is that all he's got?
Every human being, non-Jews, Muslims, Arabs, Jews, you must turn and stop this animal, this that's devouring devouring the everybody, and that is Zionism and their state and their soldiers that they're using to commit these atrocities. This is what you have to talk about, and stop talking about silly issues which is trying to obfuscate and change the subject, and that way you won't be able to save the lives of all the millions of other people that are living there.
I mean, I'm not trying to. I just want to make
Okay,
it.
you're playing. We are what's called. We are grinding water.
This is like a beginner's mistake. This is a noob's mistake. Like, once the person just straight up refuses to respond, you should just move on to something else. You should say, okay, you refuse to answer. I guess we're gonna move on to the next question, which certainly he has prepared a list of questions. No, not just one, that he's gonna drill.
Now,
Which the question is basically, do you condemn Hamas, in a much bigger amount of words?
No, I want to be clear. I'm not trying to ignore the history. Of course, there is the big history of Israel and Palestine, and that's something you cannot ignore. But I don't want to, but in this interview, I don't want to go all the way back in that history, although, of course, you've said what you thought many times.
you don't want to go all the way back. Why? Because Zionism doesn't want to go all the way back. Because Zionism finds it very unpleasant.
No, that's...
Uh-oh. What if this interviewer said, well, I'm an anti-Zionist? Well, I don't think he is.
I'm not Zionist. I'm not like the...
Oh, so he's not a Zionist. Okay. I stand corrected.
I'm not like a Zionist propaganda interviewer.
You are my
Oh. Never mind. He didn't say he wasn't a Zionist. He said he wasn't a Zionist propaganda interviewer.
mindset and your questions and everything that you are programmed, that you are thinking. I mean, I'm not trying to belittle you, but this is the way the world goes into this subject by totally.
I mean, his first question is basically, do you condemn Hamas? So.
It's not stupidity, it's an insult to intelligence, the way it's approached, the whole subject. You find a person was hit by a car, by a drunk driver, and then you're going to start talking about, well, let's see that if there was somebody else leaning on him and this and that. When you know what the problem is, staring you in the face, you're looking at a dangerous animal that is loose and devouring people.
I mean, a drunk driver is not a dangerous animal that is loose. It's just a drunk person.
Millions of people, thousands and tens of thousands have, like you mentioned, 28,000, whatever the number is murdered. How many more are half dead? Their whole life they'll be half dead because of what happened, because they're injured beyond blinded and paralyzed and so forth, and emotionally. This is this is just from the people of Gaza. Who's talking about from the Jewish communities and so forth? But you're talking about. It's unpleasant to go back and think that maybe to open.
That was a mistake too. I don't know. I feel like this interviewer is making many rookie mistakes, not really establishing any sort of rapport. I don't know. I don't know. It's just.
You know, it's a little lazy thinking for whatever. I'm not going to talk about the Balfour Declaration and that they came in a group of people where there were Jews living there, a community that Jews were residing in the same courtyards, babysitting each other's children with the Muslim people.
There's a better way to commit. There's a better way to sort of have an interview with a person like this.
Everything was a beautiful relationship. Jews were flourishing.
They got stuck on the first question. They got stuck on question, do you condemn Hamas? Which is pretty sad for an interview to go.
And you can tell me that I don't know what I'm talking about, and I'll tell you that I'm standing in a room right now with somebody who's an 8th generation Palestinian, and I'll tell you that in Hebron there was a massacre in 24, and the Hebron massacre, the Zionists love to point to the Hebron massacre and say, hey, that was way before the state. And I'll tell you that the ones who created you will know what Beis Yaakov School is. That's Jacob's School. That's Jacob's School in the United States was established by Rabbi Baruch Kaplan, Zatzal, his memory should be blessed. And he learned in Hebron, and we spoke about this subject. He was in Hebron by the massacre, and he said that the Jews were living entirely in peace, and they took strolls through the Arab neighborhoods, and all of a sudden the Zionists came on bicycles, and with guns, and the rabbis
bicycles. Is it true? On bicycles?
Told them, Rabbi Epstein, I have the letters. And he said they came and they pleaded with the Zionists to come to them, and the Zionists refused to come to them. And they had such chutzpah.
Again, remember that Zionism, especially in its early inception, was not a religious project. It was it was very much an atheistic project. It was a nation-building project.
Would say, right, that they didn't even go to the rabbis, the leaders of the community. So the rabbis ran after them to see what's going on. What are they doing there with on their bicycles with their guns? And so they said they came to protect them. So the rabbi said, "Woe isn't to us." They said, "Woe isn't to us that they page over it." He said, "Woe isn't to us that they're coming to protect us." He said, "Since they came, the Arabs didn't know to differentiate, because this is exactly what Zionism does. They try to conflate religion and Zionism. So they didn't know the communities, the laymen there didn't."
Sort of, kind of. Zionism has co-opted the language of religion, but always remember, Zionism is at its core not a religious project.
Know to differentiate between the religion Judaism and the religious pious Jewish community and the Zionists. So they got together, and again, are we going to condone the pogrom that happened there? God forbid. But there was a pogrom. Why was there a pogrom in Hebron? Why were they cold-bloodedly murdered? And this is what Rabbi Baruch Kaplan, the establisher of Beis Yaakov in the United States, where we have hundreds of thousands of students, most probably, or tens of thousands, certainly, right? And he said it squarely because of the Zion.
I think this is a pretty, I don't know. I don't think this is a well-conducted interview.
What they did by the Western Wall, then they made demonstrations there, and then they came into Hebron, and they caused that there was a pogrom, and the Jews were murdered. This is a fact. Now you're going to start asking me, well, tell me, are you going to blame the pogrom?
He's not in. So look at him. He's like, there's, I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't be analyzing the body language, but it's just the eyes are so vacant. It's just not. I don't know. It's just gave up maybe on this interview. It's so sad. He's outmatched. He's not in control in the slightest of this conversation. He's not really leading this interview, and he should be. He should be leading this conversation. That is, technically speaking, that is an interviewer's job, to be leading the conversation.
On the people of the city of the Hebron, and that, what, you want me to say something that you should be able to take?
I did better interviewing angry farmers / peasants than what's happening here. Like, you do need to meet the person that you're talking to at least a little bit where they are. Like, you cannot do this.
2 words, put it out somewhere, and
because
then
otherwise you'll just end up like this, and it'll go nowhere.
The people of Hebron at the time, if you would have done that, would have gotten more angry at Jews. Why? Because you're showing insensitivity to their suffering. That's what you'd like? You don't want that. That's what you're doing. The same thing now with October 7th. The Zionists want that you should be their pawn, and that these should go out and they should say, oh, the Jews, the anti-Zionists also blame Hamas. They have no sense.
You could ask some, I don't know. I don't even know where this would go, because I'm not sure if this person's gonna ask, but like, you could ask questions like, so as an anti-Zionist, what do you think should happen to Israel now? Like, there's a lot of people living there that don't really have anywhere to go. What should happen? you know?
Sensitivity to the 75 years and more of suffering. I'm not going to play a game.
Okay.
I'm not evil like the Zionists, and I think you're not as evil as that either. Here, this is Rabbi Baruch Kaplan, by the way.
Okay, no,
He put out a book called Traditional Torah Opposition to Zionism. I think you should look at historical documents. And here you have Rabbi Baruch Kaplan's letter, where he wrote, where he was transcribed. He said it on the tape, he cried on the tape. You can hear.
He's just a passenger on his own interview, which is, I don't know. He's being.
He said the Arabs were very friendly people. And
that is funny.
Jewish people in Hebron lived together with them. He speaks further. Although I would talk to the Arabs, I didn't speak any Arabic, because no one in the yeshiva ever told us it was dangerous to go by myself among the Arabs. They took strolls there. He said the Zionists. Afterwards, we were studying at the yeshiva in Hebron, and saw a bunch of boys in short pants carrying weapons on bicycles and motorcycles running around the streets of Hebron. We were very worried. What were they up to? In brief, our rabbi, the supervisor of our religious academy, Rabbi Moshe Mordechai Epstein, of blessed memory, called them for a meeting. But
he's just basically recounting what he already said happened. He already described this whole situation. Now he's just reading it from a book.
Refused. He was forced to go over to them and ask them what they were up to. He accused them of wanting to provoke the Arabs. They responded that they were coming to protect us. We cried out, "Woe is us, God have mercy." They didn't want to leave town until it was too late. Those arrogant cowards only ran away when the local leaders of the Arabs called for a mass meeting of the people of the surrounding Arab leaders. Then those guns on the motorcycles, they ran away, mind you. But it was too late.
Yeah, no, do you mind? So
finish this. The Mufti called his people to be ready Friday night.
Oh, this is not a clash. This is just he's being dominated. He's being dominated by the rabbi. It's sad a bit. It's a house. Okay, wow. Damn. Okay. It is very.
Night when the yeshiva will be attending prayers. At this time, the yeshivas were alone against the Zionists, but the Arabs didn't know to distinguish between us and the Zionists. Sadly, they attacked and killed some of our people, including the great scholar Rabbi Shmuel Rosenholz. Hashem Yikum Damai. And then he speaks on and on how they did the same thing by the Western Wall. They made demonstrations. He said, what do they have with the Western Wall? Boys and girls danced by the Western Wall, which, as you know, is forbidden according to the Jewish law. They ate. They danced on Tisha B'Av, the day we mourned the destruction of the temple. They made a holiday of it. They went and danced at the Western Wall and declared, instead of Shema Yisrael, Hashem Elokeinu, Hashem Echad, here Israel, God is our God. God is one. Instead of saying that, they said, Shema Yisrael, HaKol.
Keep in mind that Zionism established a new Jewish person as opposed to the old, weak Jewish person. So there's a lot to be said here.
The coastal is ours. That's what they said, because these are heretics. They ridicule our connection with God. They threw out God, and they made it an ersatz Judaism called Zionism, that the gun is their protection. And they, instead of looking to God, as Netanyahu spewed before by Rosh Hashanah, at that time he made fun of the Jews going to they were going to Uman, and he made a statement that protection, he needs the Jewish protection. Were you going to Uman? It's the Zionists that are protecting us. He spoke against God, and then he got his punishment for it. What is happening now?
Yeah. So if you don't want to talk about, I'm not going to ask you that question. If you don't, we can move on for that. Let me ask you a question. Can I ask you about your relation, about what Netanyahu Carter's thoughts on Hamas? If not,
Jesus,
I'll just move.
So
Let me ask you a
nervous.
question. Can I ask you about? If you don't want to talk about, I'm not going to ask you that question. If you don't, we can move on for that.
he should have said that a long time ago. He should have said, "Fine, you don't want to answer. Let's move on." That should have happened like at least 10 minutes ago. Okay. Damn.
Let me ask you a question. Can I ask you about your relation, about what Netanyahu Carter's thoughts on Hamas? If not, I'll just move on. It's up to you.
I told you, we find that the people of Hamas, the people of Hezbollah, the people of all the organizations that are representing the Palestinian people and the Muslim people in the area, all of them want one thing. They want to live with Jews in friendship and harmony.
No, I will push back against that. Hamas definitely does not want to live with Jewish people in friendship. In fact, I would say that Hamas does not really care about Palestinian people to begin with. So I'm just gonna disagree here. I'm just gonna say I just don't agree as a anti-Zionist Jewish person myself. So yes, it's infighting. It is anti-Zionism Jewish infighting happening here. Me versus the rabbi.
Peace, as we had for hundreds of years.
Wait a
And
second,
if you don't think that's true,
I understand.
Let me just show you, by the way, a picture. This was when they created the Palestinian Authority. We had a rabbi who represented us.
Being rolled over. It's over. He's being rolled over. He cannot get a word in. Oh no.
In the Palestinian Authority, the Zionists, mind you, he lived in Jerusalem. They poured acid in his face, and he became blind in one eye, was barely able to see in the other. When there was in Lebanon, there was the fight by Sabra Shatila, that whole issue. So nobody talks about this, but President Arafat sent his soldiers to protect the synagogue in Lebanon. Nobody talks about this, obviously, because it would go against the grain and what the Zionists want to their narrative. But this is what they do to Jews. They're busy beating them, arresting them, simply because we.
Hello, Maya Mayor. We're watching an interview, which I don't know. The interviewer is being pretty dominated. So this interview is with a rabbi that is anti-Zionist. We're getting the anti-Zionist perspective, although I would say that the interview itself is not of the highest quality, in the sense that the interview, the person that is doing the interview seems to be a bit out of his depth. Like he's getting, I don't know what other word to use, dominated. Like he should have moved on from certain things a long time ago. He's not really controlling this interview, which technically speaking should be an interviewer's job, but you know.
Fuse, and we never carry guns.
Like
they kicked the Ross bulletin.
We are sort of seeing some interesting information from the person being interviewed, but still.
We refuse to accept the establishment of this rebellion against God called the Zionist State of Israel, the cause of so.
Because again, for example, the interviewer could ask, okay, I accept that you don't agree with the existence of Israel as a state, country, but what should happen? Should it just be dissolved? And what should happen to all the people that were born as Israeli citizens that don't really have anywhere to go? What should happen to them? And then they could sort of go from there, I guess.
So much blood of Muslims, Jews, Christians, Arabs, everybody who lives there, everybody is suffering. Boys and girls get arrested because they refuse to serve in the army.
Okay, but yeah, so I just want to ask you, so you said Hamas and Hezbollah and all those organizations want Jews and Arabs to live in peace, which is what I would love to see, you would love to see, and that's amazing. But I'm sure you've been asked this question, and I'm just genuinely curious. I'm not Zionist propagandist or anything like that, but I'm genuinely curious. What Hamas, in Hamas's charter, I'm sure you've seen.
I'm sorry, he should move on from Hamas, I think. Plus, they already crossed out that thing from their charter, from as far as I'm aware now.
They said against the Jewish people. I can read it out if you want, but I'd love to hear
you. You do know that they changed the charter. You do know that.
Yeah, no, I do.
There you go. He should move on from Hamas. I knew this would happen. I knew this would happen. I predicted it. I predicted it in my brain. This interviewer, he should just move on from Hamas to a different topic. There's a lot to talk about here. There are a lot of different questions that you can ask to an anti-Zionist Jewish person besides, do you condemn Hamas? You know? There are other things to discuss. But no, we just got two variations of do you condemn Hamas so far. and we've wasted 26 minutes 47 seconds on that. So
know that, but
why are you ignoring that?
No, I do know.
I don't think this person, maybe I don't know, maybe this person's a beginner at conducting interviews. He feels like a beginner here. Like maybe his other interviews are brilliant, but here it's not the greatest showing. Not the greatest performance.
Why are you saying in the charter it says something which you know that was changed?
Because they did have that original. Does that not?
But why did you say it? You know what it says in the charter?
You know.
I mean, again, I don't know who you are. And
there you go. Yeah. But Lucy, don't you know how important it is to condemn Hamas? Like, come on. Like, this interviewer is not really engaging with the person. He knows he's interviewing an anti-Zionist rabbi. So, and then he said, oh, are you going to blame Hamas for what happened on October 7th? Like, did the person conducting the interview expect the anti-Zionist rabbi to say, yes, I condemn Hamas with all my heart. I think that the state of Israel has a right to defend itself. And I also believe that the war should be waged for as long as it's necessary until Hamas is destroyed. Did he actually expect to hear some variation of that from an anti-Zionist rabbi? Of course not. And then he tried to push more. Well, Hamas did not, October 7th, but he should have moved on. At this point, he should have just moved on from Hamas completely. And I don't know, and ask my question, what should happen to Israel? That is a fair question to ask an anti-Zionist rabbi. Like, we know all the history. We know Zionism is at its core not really good. We know that you were principally against the creation of Israel. But we are in reality. And in reality, Israel already exists. There were people that were born here. They have no other citizenship. They have no other homeland, so to speak. So what should happen to those people? What should happen to Israel? And that is a fair thing to ask, in my opinion. But I doubt this will be asked because it'll just get stuck on Hamas. Because this person apparently has not prepared anything besides Hamas, even though there genuinely are a lot of different topics to discuss when it comes to Zionism and anti-Zionism. Because Zionism does not revolve around Hamas. Zionism does not cease to be without Hamas as its enemy.
I don't want to accuse you of being Zionist porn, but the way you're asking the questions, that is what I'm sort of getting the picture.
Listen, like I said, I talk to people on both sides, but I'm genuinely curious. Just does it not?
It is. I don't know. Maybe I'm being harsh. I don't think this is a good interview. I think this is a pretty weak interview.
Listen,
I'm genuinely curious how a person like you could be not on one side of the issue when you're finding people are being murdered, Arabs are being murdered, Jews are being murdered. We're all, God forbid, we're suffering physically and spiritually. They've destroyed so many Arab communities.
Like, this person looks so helpless in this interview. Hello, Gabriel Thingamajig. Hello. This person looks so lost. It's sad.
How could you be just like an observer, a curious observer from the sidelines? How doesn't it go to the depth of your heart and say people are being murdered and I can't be silent and I have to speak up as a Jew? I have to speak up at this injustice, at this rebellion against God, at this murder, this state of Israel that is grinding away at thousands and millions of people are being destroyed because they are existing. Where are you?
I'm here talking to you, and I'm giving the opportunity to. And
I'm asking you, where are you? I'm not asking the game you're playing. I'm asking where you are.
I'm very upset when I see these people get killed every day. It was 150.
Why aren't you on a demonstration on the streets, not as an
There you go. Like, he's being so dominated. Also, yes, I know. You said it last stream.
observer? Why aren't you standing there screaming at the top of your lungs saying, this is not my religion, Judaism. My religion, Judaism, is subservient.
I mean, technically speaking, he could be an atheist Jew. Like, not every Jewish person is religious. So, you know, he could, technically speaking, just respond with, well, I'm a non-religious Jew. Which would be correct.
To God, and that I'm supposed to show gratitude to the Muslim and Arab people for embracing us and giving us a home. Why aren't you doing what we did? Why aren't you in Gaza? We were in Gaza 10 years ago. We brought to the people. We brought gifts. We went and we showed them that we are friends, that we have nothing against them. And what did they tell us? What did Ismail Haniyeh say to us? He said, we're not against Jews. We want to live peacefully. We want to have our freedom. That's what he said in the name of the community. And wherever we went, everybody had the same narrative. Nobody asked me, are you condemning? Are you this? Are you that? What they wanted to know is where we are. That's what I'm asking you. Where are you?
So in these series.
So now the interviewer has been turned in a wild twist into the interviewee. The roles have been switched. I don't know. What a reversal. Damn. Damn.
Of interviews, I try and learn more and find more and talk to different perspectives and personally learn more. I'm not as educated as you might be or in different people, and that's why I try and do it through these interviews and ask questions.
Well, that's what I'm doing. I'm educating you. I'm telling you right now.
That's what I'm listening to you. I'm not
have the obligation.
I've given you an opportunity to respond.
I'm answering you. You have an obligation to stop just picking some narratives of talking points of the Zionists and say, I want peace. I know that by using this narrative, I'm going to be laying into the hands of the Zionists. You know that you're still going to use that talking point that you started the conversation with. It's only going to bring hate and mistrust and a rift between Jews and the people of Palestine. They're going to feel that we're not sensitive to what is happening to them, that they're oppressed for not 75 years, mind you, for 100 odd years since the Balfour Declaration. They are suffering. They are suffering under the hands of people that are claiming that they're carrying the Star of David with 6 points to stick it into them. And that's what they're doing.
He is lost. He is so lost. Oh, gosh.
They're using my religion, your religion, to kill people.
He looks so tired. He looks so defeated.
Using my religion, your religion, to destroy every single Jewish community in the Arab world.
If I may, sir, if I may.
Using my religion, your religion, to destroy everything that God wants of us. You should be with me, standing up and not asking the questions, but answering the questions. That's what you should be doing, because you're intelligent.
Okay, so
True.
Let me ask something that you might call, hopefully, is a more productive question. So let's move on to I know we've only got 6.5 minutes left, so let's just keep that in
Oh boy.
mind. Is peace ever
possible?
possible?
What an interview. Only 2 questions were asked. Do you condemn Hamas? And are you sure you don't condemn Hamas? Those were basically that's basically what happened.
If so, how? I think that's a much more productive question, and I'd love to hear your thoughts on that.
Of course it's possible. First of all, the Almighty is Baal HaRachman. He is the most compassionate. The Almighty will bring peace. How? With the dismantlement of this rebellion against God. We pray to God with his compassion. He should bring it about speedily and peacefully. We do not want to see more bloodshed. The Almighty is...
That's it, yeah. It's 38 minutes.
Compassionate, and he understands that we are in exile. And it says, Beherifying, with the blink of an eye, he will end suffering. We pray to him every day. We are looking ultimately for the glorification of God, the recognition that the Almighty is the ruler of the world. Till that day comes, there's an impediment to this. The impediment is the establishment of an ersatz Judaism, a movement, an entity, that calls itself Judaism and claims in the name of God that they have a right to kill and steal. They claim in the name of God that we are a democracy. How dare they? That we are not required to be subservient to God. We're not required to keep the Shabbos. That they can have a gay rights pride through the streets of Jerusalem. That they should.
Our anti-Zionist rabbi is quite homophobic, which I'm not really surprised by, to be honest.
Establish a sports center right in the heart of Jerusalem, and then turn to the world.
Listen, once the good rabbi is starting to say that Israel bad because of the gay parades, this is where I draw the line. This is where I have to say, okay, I see.
And
I see
that the Jews there, the very religious, because they do not want the immodesty, that they simply do not accept other people.
Do you mind if I bring it back to the question? I'd love to hear more. Like, do you have a
should interrogate him on his anti-LGBT views. I don't know if I'm pretty sure that the Torah does not have any explicitly anti-LGBT passages. I might be incorrect.
Practical response on how we can go forward and how we can create peace in Israel. It's like a practical.
The word is not in Israel.
Yeah,
the word is in the Holy Land or in Palestine. The way is to remove this impediment to peace, the subjugation, the oppression of all humanity. That is humanity that ones who are serving God,
unless it's the gays, then it's fair game, I guess.
The Muslims, the Palestinian community, the Jewish community that are being oppressed, that were living there for hundreds of years. If the Jewish populace will step back, because they can eventually do it anyway. It's in the Torah, it says, V'haya Ekev Tishmo, and if you know the parsha, it says Ekev. So at the end of the day, we're going to listen, whether we like to or we don't like to. God forbid, we will listen. Why? Because it's God's world. He rules. He says, if you rebel against me, it will not be successful. As long as you have this occupation, there will be death and suffering. God forbid. God protect us. Mm-hmm. The way is that we, as Jewish people, to stand up and demand the dismantlement, the end of the occupation, the profuse apology to the people of Palestine and to the Arab and Muslim world for vilifying them and for oppressing them and for killing and torturing and so forth, by establishing a free Palestine the way it was before. And don't play with me games about that it was never the word Palestine, it was the Ottoman Empire and this and that. Let's not talk that game. The Palestinian...
Now he smiled. Now the interviewer cracked a smile.
Community, the ones that were living there, the majority were Muslims. The second largest community were Christians, and it was a beautiful Jewish community. We can re-establish.
So he's basically alluding to the Millet system.
This coexistence with a removal of this evil occupation, then there will be peace. And that is what, just like you look at South Africa, you can look at history, other places, wherever, when you remove that, they are willing and they want not to stand around and kill people, God forbid, after the removal of this occupation. There will be, because they're under leaders, they're under, and they're people who are educated, smart, intelligent, people with a heart. They want to be able to reestablish a peaceful coexistence. Now, what about the people who committed these atrocities, who are running the prisons and so forth and so on? There may be thousands that may have to that will have to face justice, whatever it may be, but they may not be comfortable living in those communities. So America is big, UK is big. America and UK and Canada gives
Damn.
billions of dollars every
Just
year.
leave. Damn.
They can give those billions of dollars to
Just
take those
leave.
people who are committing these atrocities and let them re-establish their lives in those countries, and then we can live together. And this will happen,
Damn.
by the way. There will be an end of the occupation, because that's what Hashem told us. You cannot go on your merry way and rebel against God. And
Hashem.
even with silky talk and eloquent questions and trying to ridicule people who do not share your view, this is not the answer. The answer, if you want peace, is to remove the impediment to peace.
Oh no, I recognize this.
The answer is that you as a Jew should be a Jew. You as a Jew should hurt to the core of your heart. You should be hurting that every minute of what is being done in the name of you, of your religion, the atrocity, the injustice, the crime of the mere occupation.
You looking? Oh.
Of 100-odd years that we've been crying about, that our rabbis have been crying about, and that they kept on yelling that even before they saw the death, they said, "What a chilul Hashem, what a desecration of God's name, when they can say that they can steal and kill in the name of my religion."
Okay, so
But this could be stopped. If you would be speaking on your podcast, you would be up there and say, just like you, Mikko Peled, and you other guys who you took, that they said, they turned around and they said, we did is wrong. Let's be honest. What we did is wrong. Unfortunately, I would like to see him to be turned to a religion, but I'm turning to you. You are religious. You should be using your
that's an assumption.
Religion, and you should be saying, I'm a religious Jew, just like I put on tefillin, just like I keep Shabbos, just like I'm fearing of God. Because I fear God, I'm standing in opposition to the establishment, to the existence, and saying, I want everybody to know that it was opposed, not by only the
No, I understand. Wait, so I'm just interrupting, just because we've only got half a minute left. We're recording on. No, I understand this. Wait, so we're on Zoom.
By the rabbis around the world. You, as a religious Jew, should be talking about this, that every rabbi from Brisk,
I understand that, but
everybody spoke up against Zionism.
We're recording on Zoom. We've only got half a minute left, so I'm just going to quickly finish off. So I just want to thank you for coming on. I know we disagreed, but I really want you to know.
Why do we disagree? Why are you disagreeing if you're wearing a yarmulke?
Well, as you can see, well, I was recording the podcast. We were on 40 minutes. We were doing it on Zoom, and we only had 40 minutes. I did mention to him we need to finish up. We've only got a few minutes left. Of course, this happened.
Oh no! How many? Damn. Okay.
But otherwise, I thought that was a debate where
debate. That's funny. That was a debate that you lost. If that was a debate, oh boy. That's just no.
But it was an interview, but that was not how I expected it to be. I was not expected to be called a Zionist propagandist, but well, you can't get a good interview every day, can you? So
I mean, you handle it poorly. You handled this poorly. What can I say? It was not a well-handled interview.
Well, thanks for watching, and if you enjoy it, please subscribe.
I'm not even saying that anybody was correct or incorrect here. I'm just saying that this interview was not exactly well conducted. You know? Just not ideal. Not ideal at all. So, Jesus. So I guess thank you for watching this. That Mersheimer lecture again. We're not watching a Mersheimer. We're not watching a Mersheimer lecture. No. Jesus, maybe we will leave that for some other time. We're not watching Mersheimer now. I'd rather not. I'd rather not deep dive into the world of international relations, a theory today. Not tonight, no. I'm gonna be watching something different. We're going to be watching something very, very different. We're gonna be watching my favorite channel, Russian Media Monitor. We're gonna be watching because this channel has de facto become a genocide channel. Let's be honest here. I'm a genocide channel. I talk about genocide on the daily. I'm a genocide not expert, but I'm a learner of genocide, and there's been talk about whether or not what's happening in Ukraine is genocide, whether or not Russia is conducting a genocide in Ukraine, and we'll see, let's see, because this sort of dehumanization is certainly part of what constitutes a genocide, sort of reducing people to non-human entities that can be just exterminated. It makes it easier for a genocidal force to be, you know. So let's see. Let me see. This one's short. But of course, I firmly believe that what Russia is doing in Ukraine is that it's waging a genocidal war against Ukraine. The mentioned dehumanization, the rhetoric, the language, the transfer of children from one group to the other, in this case, kidnapping Ukrainian children and forcibly Russifying them, for which I would remind you that the international sort of justice body has issued an arrest warrant for Putin. So it's sort of already at least somewhat accepted that Vladimir Putin is a perpetrator of genocidal action. And of course there's the bombarding of cities. Let's just watch this video, it's very short.
Я вот задал себе вопрос, почему мы ведем себя по отношению к животным, которые...
Почему мы... I ask myself, why do we treat animals that are shelling our cities?
Ведем себя по отношению к животным, которые обстреливают наши города, но так как будто...
As though we consider them to be normal people. Wait, hold on. Who's asking what? Hold on. That's wait. Animal. Whoa.
Мы их признаем за нормальных.
Hold on. But Russia's sort of bombing Ukrainian cities every single day. What is happening here? What is this reverse world?
Людей. Вот по большому
By and large, we know which artillery brigade
счету мы же отлично знаем, допустим, какая артиллерийская бригада сейчас работает
is currently working against Belgorod.
по Белгороду, чьи вампиры.
Belgorod. Whose MLRS RM-70 vampires those
Мира.
are.
Понимаешь? Ну вот сделайте 2 раза
Give them 2 warnings as it was done in the past.
предупреждение, знаешь, как раньше любят, там 2 раза предупредили, 3-й раз выполнили.
Warn them twice, but hit them the 3rd time. Wait, hold on. Well, then you have to go to YouTube, chat, and get them off screen. It is unfortunate. It is unfortunate for a small, sad channel such as mine. As long as the chat does not move in YouTube, it'll be visible. Which was probably by design from that person. The chat is slow, so unfortunately the thing will be on screen. Well, I can always... whatever. I can always remove the YouTube chat. There you go.
Что по пункту постоянной
In the place of this brigade's permanent deployment
дислокации этой бригады будет нанесено
will face total destruction,
полное огневое поражение. Там, где у них жены, дети,
where their wives, their kids, mothers and fathers live,
мамы, папы, где вся их вот эта вот свора живет.
where the entire pack lives. So basically calling for killing of the entire group.
Понимаешь? И если они в итоге еще раз
If they shell Belgorod once more,
обстреляли Белгород, то вломите хорошенько
slam them hard with cluster munitions,
так кассетными боеприпасами и превратите
and turn their military town into a desert. That's what you've been doing all this time. Jesus Christ. That's literally what you've been doing all this time.
этот военный городок в пустыню. Ну, по крайней мере, тогда уже будет очень четко и понятно, что за все надо отвечать. Понимаешь? Потому что вот по-другому с ними же никак. Надо отвечать в пустыню. Ну, по крайней мере, тогда
Пустыня. Then it will be clear to them
уже будет очень четко и понятно, что за все надо отвечать.
that you have to answer for everything. That makes no sense. Like, they've been bombing Ukraine since the beginning of the war. What are they gonna do? Like, this is nonsense. Like, Ukraine sort of fights back against one city, and this guy is raving like a loon that Ukrainians are therefore animals, and that there should be 2 warnings, and then their families should be killed, and their cities should be turned into deserts, as if Ukrainian cities were not bombed every single day already.
Понимаешь, потому что вот по-другому с
You can't treat them in any other way.
ними же никак. Вот это же животные,
These are animals.
которые просто не способны ничего
They aren't capable of understanding anything human.
принимать такого, что в общем является человечеством.
Amazing. What an analysis. What a statement. Oh. Wrong screen. So I guess basically what I'm seeing is what's basically happening is that Russia just bombs Ukraine every single day, and when Ukraine fights back in any way, they're just animals that should be punished. their cities turned into deserts, as they describe it. It's pretty grim. It's pretty interesting. But you know, an unfortunate reality. That was just nonsensical. That was just bizarre. Wow. That was so incoherent that I don't even have anything to add. Like, what do I add here? It's just nonsense. It just basically boils down to I just want to kill Ukrainian families and destroy their cities. There's no going around it. There's nothing here. There's just they've attacked us, so we have to utterly destroy them, which is, I would say, a pretty clear sign of genocidal intent. Alright then, let's move on to a more cheerful topic. There is a cheerful topic for today. I have a cheerful topic because, as it turns out, it seems that homework as a concept is not as efficient as people assume. Homework might actually be pretty bad, believe it or not. I think there have been countries that sort of played around with the idea of abolishing homework. There were sort of countries that did that, but no countries. Okay, that's not true. I have no idea. I assume the US still has homework. I assume Hungary still has homework. I super assume that Great Britain still has homework. So I guess Poland is the pioneer of the new way. One of the promises on the parliamentary campaign, on the parliamentary election one of the parliamentary election promise during the election campaign was to do away with homework, at least for primary school. And now this promise has been fulfilled. The promise has been kept since the coalition of the opposition, the old opposition, has won. Some promises had to be kept, and among them is the homework one. Poland to abolish homework for primary school pupils. I mean, I sort of think that it's not. I think that's a good idea because there's been a big problem for a long time now that primary school students have been just overworked for some reason. The curriculum was so bloated, so big that students started needing to have backpacks on wheels because their backpacks were so packed to the brim with books, materials, and stuff that it just became ridiculous, and it started creating an actual health problem for children's backs. children spend long hours at school, and in addition, they had a lot of homework. A lot of homework on many different subjects, which sort of ridiculous. And so a decision has been made, a promise has been made to abolish homework, to abolish this strange situation. Compulsory graded homework will be abolished in Poland's primary schools from April. Education Minister Barbara Nowacka has announced, fulfilling a pre-election promise by her party. She hopes that in future secondary school pupils will also no longer receive homework. Nowacka, who took office last month as part of the new government led by Donald Tusk, also reiterated earlier pledges to slim down the curriculum and focus more on critical thinking, not learning everything by heart. So, in other words, teaching children to think more and teaching them that they don't just have to blindly memorize everything, which is what a lot of homework was at the end of the day. As well as to reduce the number of Catholic catechism classes and increase teachers' pay. Good, see? It's also about the workers. It's also about the teachers. Teachers are gonna be paid more, which is good. Patryk Michalski. We're doing away with homework. The pledge to abolish homework in primary schools was included in the 100 Promises announcement by Tusk last September, ahead of elections, and was then included in the coalition agreement. His civic coalition, KO, signed with two other groups in November, paving the way for them to form a new government. Interestingly enough, the abortion stuff did not exactly make it to the coalition agreement because there is a party within the new coalition that is a bit right-wing and it's not exactly super on board with abortion. An interview today with news website Wirtualna Polska, which means Virtual Poland, Nowacka, who is from KO, confirmed that the plans are moving ahead. What is needed is a move away from compulsory and graded homework, and from the beginning of April, such a regulation will be in place. She said, referring to primary schools, which in Poland, children usually attend between the age of 7 and 15. Yeah, that sounds about right. And then you go to high school. It used to be 4 years, and now I suppose it's 3 years. If primary school is between 7 and 15, then I assume high school will be 3 years and you finish it at 18. Her pledge was also later repeated by Tusk, who shared a video clarifying that for grade 1 to 3 in primary school, there would no longer be any homework. And for older age groups, only those who want to do extra work at home would be giving it, and it would not count towards their grades. This problem is over. So he's talking about some students that sort of became a sort of driving force to make the promise to do away with homework. This sort of kid called Maciek became this driving force behind this decision. Nowacka said that currently primary school pupils have an excess of things to learn, to memorize, and also at home, at the expense of free time, at the expense of extracurricular activities, at the expense of meeting friends. The minister also noted that often parents are expected to help with large projects given to their children that have to be completed by the next day. Nowacka said that in the case of high schools, which pupils attend to from age 15 to 19, homework would be maintained for the time being, but she added her belief that after a few years of no homework in primary schools, in secondary schools this too will be abolished. So we're starting slow. We're starting with primary schools, and then eventually they'll just move on to high school as well, which, from what I can see, is 4 years from 15 to 19. I actually assumed it was from 15 to 18 for years. Her ideas were, however, criticized by former Education Minister Anna Zalewska from the opposition Law and Justice Party, the far-right party. Of course, the conservatives would criticize this. Abolishing homework would reduce teachers' freedom to choose their methods and would fail to prepare students for the realities of the labor market, said Zalewska. Wait, hold on. What is being implied here? What exactly is being implied here with the fail to prepare students for the realities of the labor market? Homework and the realities of the labor market? Is the ex-minister of education of Poland sort of, I don't know, not very subtly... Is this a suggestion that the reality of the labor market is taking your work to home? Is that what is being said here? Is this really what is being... Okay. The norm, okay. I see. I understand now. Damn. Jesus. Lack of homework? I knew it would be bad, but this is a catastrophe. What about the forming of being self-sufficient and creative? What about the responsibility of the students? What about the students meeting with the job market? It'll be a shock. Damn. Of course. In her interview with Wirtualna Polska, Virtual Poland, Nowacka said that other work was also underway to ease the burden on students and teachers, including slimming down the core curriculum because recent years have seen an expositional overburdens of information. So yeah, it's as I've said, this has become so bad that unironically people started complaining about their children having back problems because they had to take so much to school, books, materials, etc., in their backpacks, that it actually started creating back problems in students. 20% of what has been forced on children to know will be removed because most of this knowledge is redundant and unnecessary, Nowacka told Wirtualna Polska. Critical thinking is needed today, not learning everything by heart. True. Actually, not enough critical thinking is being taught. Not nearly enough. I would also add to critical thinking the ability to look up information and the ability to see if the source of that information is actually credible. So I guess you would put this under the umbrella of teaching how to correctly look up information. That would be, I guess this is also under critical thinking, hopefully. Initially, the reduction in the school program will apply to subjects such as Polish, history, social studies, and natural sciences, but the education minister assured that this does not mean a reduction in the number of hours. She underlined that what would be removed from the core curriculum would be decided by experts, not her. The days of one-man decisions by the minister are over, she said, referring to her controversial predecessor Przemysław Czarnek. Yeah, oh God, Przemysław Czarnek. Przemysław Czarnek was a lunatic, still is a lunatic. In fact, I'm pretty sure that currently Przemysław Czarnek, or at least some time ago, Przemysław Czarnek was considered to be the possible next in line leader of the Law and Justice Party when Jarosław Kaczynski, I'm going to put it that way, vacates the premises. True. Polls see the current education minister, Przemysław Czarnek, as the worst in the last 2 decades, finds a poll by SW Research for Rzeczpospolita. This is when Czarnek was still the Minister of Education, before the old government has lost the parliamentary elections. 43.1% chose Czarnek, an ultra-conservative figure, as the worst, ahead of Roman Giertych. And second, Jesus Christ, Roman Giertych was also Roman Giertych was also a character, just gonna say that. Jesus. 43% Przemysław Czarnek. 33.8%. I don't have an opinion. Oh boy. The burden on pupils is also supposed to be eased by reducing the number of Catholic catechism classes in schools, said Novak. Yes, please, less religion in schools. Yes, please, God. I said, God, as I said that there should be less religion in class. Last month, on the day she took office, the new minister outlined plans to halve the number of such classes, which are optional but taken by most children, from 2 hours to 1 hour a week, to ensure they always take place at the start or end of the school day, and to remove them from end-of-year grade averages. Hero grader range. In schools. Less religion in school. Less religion in school. But after hundreds of conversations... Wait, hold on. Speaking today to Wirtualna Polska, Nowacka said that she personally is in favor of a secular state where religious classes do not take place in public schools. Yes, that is what should happen. Like, keep religion out of my schools. Keep religion out of my schools. Also, the US should follow suit and abolish homework. How is Poland ahead of the curve when it comes to this? How is Poland leading the pack when it comes to, I don't know, modern solutions when it comes to education? Shocking. But after hundreds of conversations with parents, I'm able to accept that it is convenient for some of them that their children can attend religion at school, she said. The task of a minister is not to implement all his or her views, but to take care of social dialogue. So I guess this is sort of like a compromise. We're not gonna have a ton of religion at school, but we're gonna keep some because parents want it. Okay? Parents still want religion at school, so we're gonna compromise on that sort of. After Poland's new education minister outlined plans to reduce state-funded Catholic catechism classes in public schools, a senior church official has called on the government to ensure that any such changes are carried out in dialogue with the church. Oh God, I can accept. I can accept sort of dialogue with the parents that say we sort of still want religion at schools. We sort of still want this, and the ministry saying, okay, we're gonna keep some hours. But what I absolutely reject is the notion that any sort of dialogue with the church itself should be happening when it comes to the number of hours of religion in schools, okay? This should not be up to the church to decide what is being done in public schools. Like, I'm sorry, just no. The church should stay out of this. The church, fundamentally, it is not the place of the church to dictate public schooling. Yeah. Catholic Church calls for dialogue with new government on proposed changes. The new education minister wants to see the number of state-funded catechism classes halved to 1 hour a week. Good. Good. That should not be a thing. That should definitely not be a thing. It's ridiculous. It is ridiculous. The minister also said in the interview that teachers would get the promised 30 to 33% increases, which were included in the government's 2024 budget from March, not February as previously planned. So teachers are gonna get a raise, finally. That was also one of the promises, by the way, on the campaign trail. It was also a thing that was being promised that the teachers would receive a big fat raise, which they do deserve since being a teacher is one of the most responsible jobs possible, forming the minds of the young people, the future of the country. So definitely teachers should be well compensated for their jobs because otherwise we're gonna get the thing that we got in the past and to some extent in the present, that we get a lot of not really caring people that sort of, I don't know, just do the job to get them that minimal pay, don't really care about the students, don't really care about anything, and just go through the motions. You know? Teachers should be respected more. She blamed the delays on the decision by President Andrzej Duda. Yes, exactly. Because I will say, people here might not be aware of this, but Andrzej Duda sort of blocked the raises for the teachers. It's a long story. He sort of promised to block every single bill by the current government, which was a whole thing. And then he sort of backpedaled from that, and still it was delayed. Still the sort of the raises were delayed. Yeah, there you go. She blamed the delays on the president on the decision by President Andrzej Duda, a law and justice ally, to toy with vetoing a budget-related law last month. But she said that once the pay rises are introduced, they will be backdated to January. Raising teachers' pay was another of the pre-election pledges made by Tusk. Research published by the European Commission in 2022 showed that Polish teachers are among the lowest paid in the European Union. Holy moly. Even when taking into account the cost of living. Oh my gosh. So, in other words, Polish teachers are among the worst treated in the whole of the European Union. I really wonder how the Polish teachers compare to Ukrainian teachers when it comes to pay. When it comes to pay, as you know, as compared to the cost of living. Teachers in Poland are among the lowest paid in the EU, even when adjusted for the cost of living, new data shows. Both starting salaries and those at the top of the pay scale are in the EU's bottom 4. Jesus, let's see. We're gonna look at the data now on Twitter. So, top salary is Germany, which I'm not surprised. Germany has a really strict system when it comes to training teachers, though. Like if you're trained in one part of Germany, you might not be accepted as a teacher in a different part of Germany because the standards of training are different. Interestingly enough. Yet the Polish are among the most highly educated, especially in engineering. I mean, true, sort of, but I don't think engineering is primary and high school. Maybe engineering could be considered high school. You go to this sort of trade school, which is an alternative to high school. Zawodówka. Szkoła zawodowa. Teachers pay at the top of the scale versus starting salaries in purchasing power standard. So Germany doesn't even have starting salaries shown, which is interesting. What is the lowest for? Bulgaria, Slovakia, Latvia, and then there's Poland. Poland still is sort of like much higher than Latvia, Slovakia, and Bulgaria. Hungary is slightly better than Poland when it comes to paying teachers, but by not a lot. Then we have Croatia, Greece, Lithuania, a lot better than Poland. Romania is a lot better than Poland. Okay, that's Malta, Italy, Finland, Sweden, Slovenia, Denmark, France, Ireland. Belgium, French, Portugal, Belgium, German, Cyprus. Yeah, Poland is not very good about paying its teachers. What a shock. So yeah, I guess this is about to change with the introduction of the $30 to 33% increase in payment. Finally, Polish teachers are gonna get a raise. which again was one of the promises on the campaign trail during the parliamentary election. So this is good. The new government actually is keeping its promises, at least when it comes to certain topics. Again, the abortion topic is a lot more complicated. There's friction within the coalition about the topic of abortion. But I guess when it comes to education, when it comes to homework, the entire coalition, the entire ruling coalition is in agreement that homework should be phased out sort of step by step, starting with primary school, then moving to high school level. So I guess that's good. And also the raise. That's it's pretty cool that it's presented as a set, because it's presented sort of like as a set of solution that benefit both Polish students as well as Polish teachers, which we are always happy to see. We're always happy to see students being less crammed with memorization nonsense, because as we're seeing, as the world changes, as there's more and more and more information to sort of digest, consume, etc., memorization is becoming increasingly ineffective method of learning, and students who only learn by memorization are not really prepared for our current world. Like, they're not really prepared to fight the misinformation that is being bombarded at them every single day from social media. They're not really prepared to find information on their own. And of course, they're not really prepared to, even if they find information, they're not prepared to distinguish a valid source from an invalid source. So I guess education should move more in the direction of teaching these skills: critical thinking, finding information, checking sort of if the source is credible or not, these sort of skills, and less memorization, less blind memorization. And it seems that Poland is finally going in the right direction when it comes to this. And by right direction, I mean away from the right wing. So the right direction being more left wing direction, which is pretty ironic. Let's see. Maya Mayor has donated $5 for me to check out a link, which I am going to do right now.
My duckling's name is...
Okay, what's this? A VTuber. What is this? Lucy mentioned? Oh my god.
My duckling's name is Lucy. She's a little sleepy at the moment. I think the stress of all of these guests has overwhelmed her.
You're kidding! No way! No way! No way! This is a... No way! An AI VTuber... An AI VTuber has randomly created a duckling that is called Lucy. What sort of a weird cosmic coincidence is this? This cannot be... Am I actually just some figment of... am I just some algorithm spawned thing from an AI's code? Am I real? Oh my gosh. This cannot be. I have to watch it again. This cannot just... Because I assume this is what the AI sort of just randomly spouted out, right? That the duckling name is Lucy. Oh gosh.
My duckling's name is Lucy. She's a little sleepy at the moment. I think the stress of all of these guests has overwhelmed her.
Maybe that is what my new sound thing for donation should be. My duckling's name is Lucy. And then for some other thing, she's a little bit overwhelmed at the moment. Maybe should be my new. I should switch up the donation sound thing from O'Berry. We should retire O'Berry and, I don't know, get something new. Should do away with. Lucy, I have a question here, and their education has come up as a topic on this channel, and I was wondering if there's a list of things you would like to have answers about U.S. education. I mean, I've looked a bit into U.S. education, and it just feels like such a mess. The U.S. education feels like such a mess. The fact that the funding of a school is tied to property tax, that's just wild to me. And the fact that children are basically tied to their district, so they have to go to the school in the area that they live in. There's no sort of choice to switch schools to somewhere else. That's also extremely weird to me. What else? I'm not sure what to ask. It's like the university application also feels like a totally bizarre thing to me. That you get awarded extra points for basically having wealthy parents. All and in some universities you get appointed extra points for the fact that your parents went to that university, which is basically, I don't know, that's just nepotism, no? This just How is that not nepotism? That you get extra points for the fact that your parents attended the same university. Like, shouldn't nepotism be considered something bad? Whatever. Just I just ask because my mom has spent most of her professional life as a special education teacher for public schools, and I think her hands-on experience would be insightful. I could easily throw some questions her way. Would she be willing to come on stream and talk to me about special needs education? If she'd be willing to come on this stream and talk to me about it, then I would be more than glad to have a conversation about the education system in the US, and when it comes to specifically children with special needs. Would your mom be willing to come on stream? Hmm? He's pretty passionate about education, particularly because we live in Florida, and politics has for sure intersected, I'd have to ask, could you ask? Would you do this for me? Would you do this for your, I hope, favorite streamer? Would you do this for your favorite streamer in the entire world? Namely me. Would you do this for Lucy? Regardless her willingness, I wouldn't happen today, of course, but I'll bring it up. Okay. I mean, not tonight. We have to set something up. Like your mom needs a heads up, not like, oh, mom, come talk to this person in 5 minutes. Is that okay? You know, it's more like, would you be willing to come to this person's stream like in a week's time or something to talk about education and children with special needs education? I have some experience of, sort of as an observer, I guess, of seeing how children with special needs education has been handled in Poland to a degree. You know? So I do have certain amount of second-hand experience, you could say, in this regard. And it would be pretty interesting to sort of expose people to this topic more. I'm not sure how many streamers there are that talk about education, especially in regards to children with special needs. I'm not sure if that's even a thing. Maybe it is, but it's definitely not a thing in this little part of streaming space. Political, which is surprising since this is very much a politics topic, isn't it? Education for certain groups that are objectively marginalized, I would say. All right, let's get to the other topic. The other topic being immigration and refugees. The dangers of refugees and immigrants. How they ruin everything. How they steal jobs and how they destroy the economy. You know? Hold on. I have to pull it up. Uh-oh. Oh no, that's the wrong thing. I'm gonna have to be translating this, but this is a very interesting article. Because of course, the opposite is true. As always, when it comes to these topics. The one thing I can criticize the old government till, I don't know, the cows go home, but there's certainly one thing that the old government has done well and that the new government has been continuing as its policy, And that is how the refugees from Ukraine have been treated and well integrated into Polish society. For example, Ukrainian refugees did not have to apply for a worker's permit in Poland. Did you know that? Apparently, when it comes to worker permits, um, it was all on the side of the person hiring workers. So a Ukrainian person would get hired, and it would be the job of the person hiring to take care of the permit, which meant that from a Ukrainian person's perspective, it was much easier to get a job, and much more people just got a job very quickly because for a Ukrainian person, there's also this element of Ukrainian people learning Polish fairly quickly, the whole culture shock not being very big because the cultures are quite similar. And yeah, it meant that many people just got a job, which in turn meant that Ukrainians in Poland became a driving force behind the GDP. And according to new data by a gathered by an organization, it was sort of requested by the United Nations to do this sort of research survey, if you will, into just how much Ukrainian refugees are bringing into the Polish economy. And it seems, from all possible evidence, it looks like Ukrainian refugees have already put more into the budget than what was given to Ukrainian people by the Polish government via, you know, social services and all the other things that were meant to help Ukrainian people in Poland. Ukrainian people have already put more into the budget than they've taken out, which means that Ukrainian people have in effect became the boosters of Polish economy, which is actually also very funny and interesting because the conditions for Ukrainian people were made good enough that apparently the Ukrainian government itself has sort of stepped in to say, please don't create too good an environment for people here because we really would not want them to stay forever. We would like them to at some point return to Ukraine and help us rebuild. So please don't sweeten the deal too much. Don't make Ukrainian people want to stay here forever. And so we're gonna get into an article that will sort of explain this. This is a great example, by the way, because Ukrainian people are not some special sort of Ubermensch people that sort of just, this is just an example of the fact that if you create friendly conditions, easy regulations, an easy path to employment for immigrants, it will become a boost to economy. We have sort of this sort of case where it just plays out. We just have this clear-cut example of the government creating a simplified way, a good path for immigrants to enter the workforce, and that it's just beneficial for the GDP of the country, in this case Poland. Let us see. Ukrainian people are the driving force behind Polish economy. Now everything will depend on the now everything will depend on how the war will end, which is very interesting because of enough that it's significant, and the projections are that if the war ended soon with Ukrainian victory, then about 80% of Ukrainian people here would probably return to rebuild, right? Which would, by, of course, logically speaking, that would mean that this GDP boost that Poland is experiencing right now would just disappear. And on the other hand, if the war sort of drags on for a long time, or God forbid, if it ends up with a Russian victory, then of course people will stay here and not, and continue working in Poland, continue sort of building a life here. And it's just, a very, very weird dilemma, right? It's a very weird dilemma that if Poland is experiencing a big benefit from Ukrainian people being here, and if the war ends soon, that benefit will evaporate. Very strange. And yes, I'm gonna put it out there. I hope the war ends as soon as possible with a Ukrainian victory. Because, boom, you should not forget that a strong, rebuilt Ukraine to the east of Poland is also a very good partner. Putting aside the fact that, morally speaking, it's not really a contest. From the beginning of the Russian invasion, the full-scale invasion, the Ukrainian refugees have put into the Polish budget, we're going to be using English billions here, US billions measurement. The Ukrainian refugees have put into the Polish budget between 24.8 to 33.6 billion zlotys, which I'm gonna, I'm gonna translate this. I'm gonna translate the higher amount for you. 33. So 33 billion zlotys is about hold on. Where's the thing? Where's the thing? It's about Jesus. It's about this amount. Hold on. 33 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. No, not 10, 9. There we go. It's this amount. It's this amount of money of US dollars. But the biggest point is that Ukrainian people have put more money in than they have taken out. So the report by this organization UNHCR has demonstrated that Ukrainian people have put much more money into the Polish budget than the Polish government has sort of dedicated to helping Ukrainian people, which means, again, a boost to economy. As it turns out, Ukrainians that are disliked by certain members of Polish society in reality are the driving force behind the Polish economy. The latest research on the effect of Ukrainian refugees on the economy has shown that the Ukrainians have put more into the Polish budget than they took out. In 2023, Ukrainian refugees who arrived in Poland after the start of the full-scale invasion of Russia have raised Polish GDP by between 0.7 to 1.1%, as stated by the report from the Bureau of the High Commissioner of the United Nations to refugees, for refugees. In a longer perspective, this number will most probably grow from between 0.9 to 1.35%. The research is called The Analysis of the Effect of Ukrainian Refugees on the Polish Economy. It has been requested to the completion of this research has been requested by the UN and has been done by an international company called Deloitte. The fast integration of Ukrainian people on the Polish market has been helped by the policy of the government. The people that came to the country after 24th of February 2022 did not need to apply for a permit to work, which means that all formalities when it came to the legalization of work was put on the hiring person. Quick integration. According to UNHCR, by the end of 2023, in Poland there was over 950,000 Ukrainian people. In the first year of the Russian invasion, 82% of Ukrainian refugees found a job in Poland, and 27% did it during the first month upon coming to the country. Newest research shows that currently in Poland there is between 225,000 to 350,000 working refugees from Ukraine, which is pretty cool, isn't it? It's just a case study of how immigration positively affects economy. The positive influence of Ukrainian refugees on the Polish economy was possible because of the active engagement in the work in the job market, said the ex-minister of Environment Stanisław Żelichowski. In spite of all the things that were happening in the context of the war in Ukraine, various personal problems and other negative factors that would affect the ability of Ukrainian people to work, a lot of them have found a job in Poland, or a lot of them even start their own companies in Poland, which brings real benefits to the Polish economy, Żelichowski adds. The report points or shows or sort of indicates that the number of Ukrainian people hired in the sort of, I guess, food market. We're going to translate this term. Oh, I have to switch the keyboard. It's okay if Alec Kyle Parker is going to expertly edit this out. Processing industry, like processing industry, and as in the industry of food that needs processing, just so it's clear what I mean by processing industry. So the report points to Ukrainian refugees working in the processed food industry has risen by 34,000 people. When it comes to trade in the food industry, fixing cars and other services, 18,000 more people are working in those sectors. When it comes to the sectors of social services, healthcare, 12,000 more Ukrainian people were hired. And this is quite interesting and, like, I don't know, this is, I would say, relevant to me personally, because when my mom had her ill-fated accident last year, when she had to go to the rehab center, when we had to do this privately and pay for it, a lot of the people that were taking care of my mom were Ukrainian. There were Ukrainian doctors, there were Ukrainian nurses, and my mom had a roommate, a very loudly complaining, far-right supporting old hag. I'm not gonna be nice about this. And one time she started complaining to my mom about all those Ukrainians that are coming to the country, all those refugees that are just coming and, I don't know, siphoning or something. And mom said, you do know that most people that are taking care of us here are Ukrainian, right? And that just basically shut her up. And the lady had nothing more to say. So the healthcare sector is pretty relevant, especially since there's actually a shortage of doctors in Poland right now. So this is a great help when it comes to a very real deficit that is here. When it comes to administrative sector, 8,000 hired Ukrainian people. Education and information and communication has lured in 7,000 Ukrainian workers to Poland. In Poland, there is a need for physical labor as well as for intellectuals. When we think as to why Ukrainian people bring benefits to Poland, we need to take into consideration the closeness of both cultures, the closeness of, like, the cultures are close, the mentalities are close. Poland does a really good job at sort of adapting Ukrainian citizens to the new reality and encourages them to seek employment and to become active on the market, explains Żelichowski. Ukrainians are driving the Polish economy. Experts have analyzed an influx of Ukrainian refugees and their effect on the Polish economy. They have counted direct and indirect sort of money entering the budget. In 2022, it was 0.8 to 1%. Last year, it was 1.3, 1.6%, which gives us 10.1 to 13.7 billion zlotys in 2022 and 14.7 to 19.9 billion zlotys in 2023. It's like Ukrainian people waiting on a train station in Przemysl at the end of 2022. The Polish government has spent 15 billion zlotys for the support of Ukrainians in 2022 and 5 billion in 2023. Help that includes a one-time payment of 300 zlotys, a monthly payment for children, because in Poland, when people have children, they get certain extra payments per each child. And from January this year, it became 800 zlotys instead of 500. At the same time, only 7% of Ukrainian refugees sort of live only off of social services. Like only 7% of Ukrainian refugees don't have any income and depend on the Polish state to survive. 80% of Ukrainian refugees live off either a steady job or a part-time job. The next 7% lives from the money from relatives or friends, and 5% depends on social services or retirement money that they get from the Ukrainian government. So the Ukrainian government sends money to that 5% living in Poland. Right? Ukrainian people were able to create whole systems for themselves and for Polish people. So they do not need additional programs, said Piotr Kulpa, who was tied to the economy sort of sector in the past. Poland has adopted this sort of approach. You should work and create good environment for your people. Then more will come, said Kulpa. The return to Ukraine is the final chapter of this little article, of this little topic that we're discussing. Because, of course, as I said before, since Ukrainian people have been a great boon to Polish economy, it stands to reason that should Ukrainian people leave, for example, if the war ended, that benefit to the economy would disappear, which of course means that Poland should accept more refugees. It's just straight up evidence. Like, I don't think, personally, as much, I do agree that Polish and Ukrainian cultures are close, that there is this sort of closeness of cultures, but I just don't think it's a factor when it comes to economy. I just think that this proves that immigration is a benefit, a net positive. Like, we literally have a case study here of immigration working. Like, this is a great argument against all those lunatics that scream about closing borders and invasions of immigrants. Expenditure on refugees from the Polish government has already been recompensed by Ukrainians. Ukrainians have already paid more than what has been given to them by the Polish government. And it has been already recompensed by Ukrainians that pay their taxes in Poland since the beginning of the Russian invasion. We're talking about 12.3 to 15.2 billion zlotys in 2022 and 18.2 to 22.5 billion in 2023. However, according to Piotr Kulpa, Warsaw will probably listen to the request of the Ukrainian government as not to create too good an environment for Ukrainian people, because that could potentially make them want to stay forever. And the Ukrainian government would really like for there to be somebody to be rebuilding Ukraine when the war ends. I believe that all of it is up to how the war will end. If the war will end with a victory and real guarantees of safety will appear, and Ukraine will start functioning normally, about 80% of Ukrainian people will probably return to Ukraine to rebuild. I think it's a pretty reasonable assumption to make, right? I think it's yeah. And so the decision to return to Ukraine will be made, of course, a lot more difficult should the war drag on. And unfortunately, right now, everything seems to indicate that the war will indeed drag on. It seems to be a thing that is sort of in the cards for now. So what do you think? What did you think? Do you think that this sort of example of Ukrainian people becoming a great boost to the Polish economy, do you think it's, as I've said, an example of immigration being a benefit to a country? Or do you think that it's perhaps just a result of this very specific situation? Maybe it's just because Ukrainian and Polish people are so similar that these benefits manifested. Do you think it has anything to do with that? Or do you think it has more to do with the fact that Ukrainian people were giving a much simplified form, a much simplified road to entry into the work market? What do you think? What is your opinion? Leave your opinions below and stuff. Leave your thing. I personally think it has less to do with the similarity of the cultures per se, and more to do with the fact that as like the that Ukrainian people were able to not have to go for certain hoops in order to get a job. That is my opinion, but you know. So now we finished this great, amazing, cool segment, and we're gonna move on to the next topic. But first, I am going to go to the toilet, and I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Stay here. Stay here. Don't go to some president's stream. Okay, I'll be right back. I am back. Isn't this exciting? What do you think? Oof. Damn. Damn. Okay. I think we will take a break from good news. We've had so many good news. We need a break. So, what else do I have? Oh, wait. Hold on. I have something planned still. But I want to take a break. Hold on. Oh, gosh. Oh, no. Oh, there was a debate that I really wanted to react to. Yes, there were a few things that I really wanted, but I have to fulfill the promise of the title of the stream. Oh, damn. Karasu, are you still here? Alright, is Karasu still here? If Karasu's still here, then I'm gonna do this first. Oh damn, this one's actually pretty darn important. Okay, let's see if Karasu is asleep or here or no. This is a Karasu centered segment, I think. This is a segment that cannot be done without Karasu. So it's just impossible. It's just impossible to do without. Waiting. I'm gonna wait a minute and then I'm gonna assume she's gone. She's out like a light. And sadly, I'm gonna have to do the Orban thing without her. Which is sad because I know that Karasu is always excited to hear about Orban and Hungary. Which reminds me, I have this. I would start with this. I would start with my magic bag, with my magic things inside of it. Jesus. There's this article in a magazine that I really, really like. Oh gosh. Home. Oh boy. I don't even know. I think it's the wrong magazine. It is still a nice magazine. It is still a nice magazine. I don't think that's the... I don't think that's the magazine that we need. This is the magazine that we deserve, not the magazine that we need. Oh my gosh, it's my bill from McDonald's. Big Mac menu, enlarged. Fries, enlarged. Coca-Cola, enlarged. That's right. I ate at McDonald's while waiting for the train. When I did the medic thing. Oh, po. Nope, that's about NATO. what I wanna read about. Wrong issue. Good magazine, wrong issue. Or is it? No, wait, hold on. That's the right magazine, actually. I remember this. I remember this. So no, this is actually good. I need to find the article about our favorite man. Victor. Oh gee. Polish people are lonely and are not having sex, apparently. Oh, ooh la la. Oh la la. Where is the Orban thing? Oh, there we go. Orban the blackmailer. Are we gonna read this article? It's interesting. It's interesting as an intro to the topic of what I wanna talk about. It is cool. It is cool. It is cool and interesting. So, yes. But now we have to relax. I don't have to brush because Karasu is asleep. And we can take a break and play 20 or 30 minutes of a game. Game time. Game time, everyone. And then we're gonna stall. And then if we're gonna stall, then we're hopefully gonna get raided by President Sunday. I'm just joking. I just want to show you a fun time with a video game. Is that so bad? Is that so bad? Oh. Oh, I'm gonna snipe President Sunday. Okay, let's see. I'm gonna unmute President Sunday.
In response to a political argument.
I'm gonna at President Sunday.
That was funny.
The whole movie's very good. It's fantastic, I think. But I'm also over 40, so you kids will probably hate it.
All right. Well,
I'm trying to bring levity because, dude, I'm so depressed after I'm so depressed. This is a very depressing stream.
it is.
Yeah. So to kick off, we have ISK has done a horrifying mass killing terrorist attack in Russia, attacking a concert hall. We know this. The big thing that's happening is the narrative around it is everyone's claiming someone else is responsible, right?
Yeah.
And we're actually in a place now where, unlike, I think, like Israel-Palestine, personally, I consider that a pretty easy, I don't want to say black and white situation because there is some grays, but there is a stop killing people mentality that's kind of easy for me to go to, at least. Russia, Ukraine, generally speaking, hey, one's an invader. But now when we start talking about who did what and why, we don't know.
Yeah.
And so the speculation across all of this is is it Ukraine? Is it the US? Is it Russia doing a false flag? Is it that ISIS did it themselves? Is it backed by X, Y, or Z? Is this there's a lot of theories. And you and I, this started because you and I started going, well, how do we break this down, and started looking into ISK and how it works. And I personally, as I learned more, I just got more and more sort of sad, because it's deeply complex, but it does sort of speak to, for me, the sort of odd depravity that exists in international politics, just in general, and how people at that level think and how they have conversations and how the real material conditions that these groups live under and that countries exist within are far more complicated than I think even me, but I think because you and I talk about how complex it is, but I think it's even more complex than we even give it credit for. Is that a fair way to put it?
I think so, and I think just to go off that a little bit, the biggest takeaway for me, because going through these documents, going through this book, I read about 20 pages of it today, slowly. You retain very little because these are alien names you've never heard before, organizations you've never heard of before. It's a lot to take in, but there's one overriding theme that's really hammered in all the way through, and it's encapsulated by a quote I'm going to fail to paraphrase from Mark Ames, which is what happened in Moscow, just to take one example, was not motivated by Islamism.
That works for me. I'll send you a list of questions, okay?
Is that ISIS and Al-Qaeda and all of these organizations, not only are they all deeply intertwined and getting funding from literally everyone at any given time, it's different people, but literally from everybody, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, the US, like Russia, like literally everyone at some point has their fingers in this. A lot of what they do, and this is fascinating to me, isn't politically or ideologically motivated. It's motivated because they want to solicit funding and resources from various actors globally.
We can now play a game while listening to President Sunday.
The Mark Ames piece we were looking at speculates as to several potential culprits.
Doing a weird snipe, seeing if I'll be able to come on.
The attack on the Moscow concert center was extremely ill-planned. One thing he highlights, for example, is that they leave in the same white van they arrive in. It'd be very easy to have another van prepared or to steal it.
Oh, Star Ocean has received a big patch.
There's a few of them. Just take another one.
Yeah.
Star Ocean has received love.
But
I love this game, Star Ocean.
There are many reasons why you would want to do this as a Russia hostile act.
Thank you, Greater Aim.
Anyways,
I think this will work great as a pre-recorded video.
Impetus to be hostile or suspicious towards Saudi Arabia.
We might actually get also some questions from other people from,
a recent one.
That would be a great idea to just get a lot of different questions from different people. We'll send them to your mom and we'll get a nice list of responses. That works perfectly well. Thank you. Thank you, Greater Aim.
All the while being historically friendly with ISIS.
For creating
and associated groups.
Top-notch content.
There is, more controversially, potentially the United States or Ukraine. The United States has offered warnings in the past, recently in Iran, about a potential terrorist attack. That came to fruition.
Okay, so we're going to mute President Sunday for now.
I think the Mark Ames piece speculates about this as well, but we were talking about this last night. Let's think this through. What?
Okay, so I'm gonna play the game for a bit. I'm gonna see. Play Star Ocean. Yes, I would like to allow Star Ocean to make changes on this computer. I'm so disappointed that the former Yankee Tanky has basically ditched me. Lucy has been ditched by the Yankee Tanky, which is sad, disappointing, isn't it? Running install script, Microsoft VC Redistributable. I cannot read.
And again, when you have a very simplified view of what ISIS is, when you don't even call it ISK, you call it ISIS, because you're not aware that ISIS Central is its own thing, which, again, prior...
Okay, what's happening? I'm just trying to play a nice game, and I cannot because the game won't listen to me. The game will not listen to my orders, will not listen to my commands. I just wanna... So what do you think, Raider Range? Are you okay with what I've said?
Is itself silly, but it's also one of those things that when we start talking about potential causation or who drove it, it's not going to be a simple answer. And I don't think it's crazy to say that the West was behind it at this point after everything we've looked through.
With asterisks, which we'll get into in
of course.
But
Again,
with asterisks. Evil West. Oh, is Star Ocean about to run? Am I about to be able to play a game? Is this about to happen? Is this happening? Is it on? God, I'm canceling. Yes. Yes, allow. Sorry, repeat your question. I was swapping between Windows and my phone and the stream stops when I do that. Oh. My question is, are you okay with what I responded to your email? Are you okay with my response to your email? I'm more than interested. I am in. I am fully in. I'm more than interested. I'm hyper interested. I'm so interested that you cannot be...
just to mention, Antonio Giustozzi is a researcher who spent time in the Middle East, interviewed... just to mention, Antonio...
how do you pronounce that? Giustozzi? The Mark Ames piece. None of this really... But here's the thing. Yeah? Part of why this is so pertinent.
People involved in the state and intelligence services throughout the Middle East. And...
Star Ocean. Hold on. I need to... Star Ocean. I am super interested. We're gonna make it into a lovely project. There you go. Woof! Star Ocean. Added chaos difficulty. Added new raid enemies to post-game world map. I bet the game is not on screen, is it? It is not. Is it now on screen? There we go. Now we can see the actual game. Chaos, that's right. Added chaos difficulty, added new raid enemies to post-game world map, added characters that can be used for assault actions, added new weapons, armor, accessories and key items, added new craftable weapons to IC customization, adjusted ally symbologist AI, added a feature that allows players to choose whether or not their level is carried over when carrying over save data, added a feature that changes the title screen once the game has been beaten, added text to be displayed when using Oracle, added playback features to the ending collection under the title screen special option, added char graphics collection under the title screen special option. Excellent. Excellent. So now we can finally play the game. Okay. Okay. Press any button. Any button. I'm pressing any button. Load game. Never mind. Why never mind? I always mind. I am always ready. Oh, wow. I saved here? That's actually huge. Yeah, it's a pretty big patch. That is a pretty big patch. Oh. Why can't I move? Let's go. We're gonna avoid enemies. We're gonna be tough enemies ahead. We're gonna be recruiting a special character. So how are you doing today, Lucy? You seem to be doing well. Well, better than yesterday, that's for sure. Better than yesterday. I would be doing great if Yankee Tanky decided not to be shy around the trans woman and called in to debate me. You can really practice Japanese with games. I've learned a lot of Japanese playing games. Believe it or not, you can learn languages through entertainment. Crazy, I know. That's crazy. Stood up by Yankee. I know! He talked with everybody. He never refused to talk to anyone except me. I'm the exception to the rule. And I don't know what to think. I don't know what to think of this. I don't know how to feel. I need a debate. I need a violent, brutal debate. Maybe my art scared them away. Maybe it did, who knows? It actually unironically did. Damn. That would be so sad though. Why is it so slow? There you go. Oh, I forgot. I'm Rena. I have to heal. I don't remember that spell from the original, by the way. There we go. We did it. I need to... Oh yeah, that's right. Cool game, I know. Why did I not think of that? Okay, I really need to... Oh wow. Hold on, here's the level up thing. Where is that skill? Hold on. Effort. Effort. Where's effort? Where's effort? There we go. Okay, we've done it. I guess it would be a surprise, but you never know. You never know. You might have been actually offended by your artwork. You never know. Blah. Oh no. Okay. Whew. Yeah, escape. We're running away. Oh my god. I knew this would happen, and yet I stubbornly decided that I wanted to, yeah. Yeah. Yep, we're on your way. Bye. Oh. Oh wow, that is so cool. That is so excellent. Hold on. It's fine to run away in this game. The remake has really made enemies tough for some reason. Okay, let's go recruit. True.
じゃあ黙って見ていましょう。
でもせめて応援くらいしてあげようよ。
I mean, she could heal him.
そうね。
頑張れ！
ほら、もっと腰を落として。
Damn. Would Jordan Peterson say it was excellent? I think not. Maybe he would. Who knows?
悪いんだけどもうちょっと静かに。あ、後ろ！あ？危ない！
Damn. Eaten by the dragon.
すごい光だったな。目がくらみそうだよ。
あれ？あの人はどこ？
どこ？
それに竜もいないぞ。
Damn.
竜はどこだ？ねえ、君たち、竜はどこに行ったか知らない？ねえってば。
背中に。
え？
ヤフフン。
ほぎゃほぎゃ。
うわー！よかったですね。命が助かって。全然良くないよ。この背中の竜は何なの？
さあ、何でしょうか。
なんでしょうか。
どう考えたってさっきまで僕が戦っていた竜じゃないか。なんで背中に取り付いているんだよ。
と私に言われても。
君たちが後ろで騒いでいたからこんなことになっちゃったんじゃないか。もう少しで倒せるところだったんだぞ。すみません。責任は取ってくれるんだろうね。
え？
僕を傷物にした責任は取ってくれるんだろうね。
Disfigured.
どうすればいいんですか？
当然この竜を払い落とす方法を一緒に探してもらうんだよ。
I see. We're gonna look for the method together.
当然
本当に？
当たり前だよ。こんな竜を背負っていたら僕の人生が台無しになっちゃうじゃないか。
台無しになっちゃう。Take responsibility.
わかりました。責任は取ります。
本当かい？
だって私たちにも少しは責任があるわけですから。
I see.
そこのところを分かってくれているなら問題はないんだ。早速払い落とす方法を探しに行こう。 そうですね。そういえばまだ名前を言ってなかったね。僕はアシュトン。
They're all
ア
so
シュトン
cute.
アンカースだよ。よろしく。
よろしく。
それで竜を払い落とす方法は
I have to
ど
go
う
back
や
to
ったら
that
わかるん
dungeon.
だい？僕にもわからないんだけど。なんだよ、お手上げじゃないか。
ギャギャフフーン。
なんだって？ああ、お前たちにわかるもんかーいって。ムカつくなーこいつら。
でも可愛げがあるじゃない。こっちの子は瞳がギョロッとしていて可愛いし、こっちの子は瞳がうるうるしていて可愛いわよ。
レナ、そういう問題ではないように思うけど。
ねえ、名前をつけてもいいかしら。
Yes, let's give them names before killing them.
だって旅の仲間じゃないの。
Before we kill them.
そうだけど。
そうだな。そうだわ。瞳のうるうるしている方がうるるんで、ギョロッとしている方がギョロね。
Creepy and weepy.
安易だな。
なんか言った？
いえ、何も。それで僕はどうしたらいいと思う？
だったら本で調べるのが一番かもしれないわね。
本？
ええ、本のたくさんあるところなら何かヒントが見つかるかもしれないでしょ。
そうか。でもどこで調べるの？
マーズの長老様のところにたくさん本があったじゃない。
Oh,
そうか。あそこなら何かわかるかもしれない。
true. And we're going back to the dungeon now. Also, private action, so many private actions. True. We're gonna save the game. Okay, let's go. Let's go to that place again. You know what I mean? Radashton. Hold on. I have to give him skills. Twin Fury. Improve. Determination. And probably poker face. Poker face. Poker face is good. What is this? Beware of dragons.
行くわよ。あら敵ですわね。
意外に弱かったね。
弱かったわね。
Ashton is really cool. Ooh. See, pretty cool, huh? Fixed cloud. I have no idea what that does. But we have to explore the dungeon to the end. To the ends of the earth. No, he's not. He's cool. What the hell? Maya Mayor, what is this? What is this, Maya Mayor? It's very cool. Diaz is also cool, by the way. Yay! 思い切ったか。Maybe. I cannot believe what you're saying. Yes, equip. Uh-oh. I like him as a character, but in combat he's somewhat lacking. No, he's not. Name me a better character in combat than Ashton. Name me a better character. Go on. Name me a better character than Ashton in battle. He's not lacking at all. He's a very cool last skill. How can you say that? Level up. Spells, laser beams. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I let him die. Ashton's dead. Okay, not dead. Woo! Yeah, don't despair. I am here now. Do not despair. Ashton feels kind of slow, at least in this version. Maybe, but you know. The only person that's... I mean, compared to Claude, everybody's slow. Diaz is also not super fast, you know? You know what I mean? Like, you cannot compare to Claude. Claude is just overpowered compared to all other characters, you know? Like, Diaz is not that fast either. You know? Does that make sense? How many points awarded for this? And also points. Oh. I get it. I'd rather have someone else in the party. Who would you rather have than Ashton? Tell me. I know all the characters, I think. So who would you rather have? Rather than Ashton? Opera? Would you rather have Opera? I think you need to... You can either get Opera or Ashton. But I think you can get Ashton in Rena and Opera in Claude? I'm not sure. But I know there's a choice. You can only choose either Opera or Ashton. You cannot have both. The three-eyed alien girl. You cannot have her if you have Ashton, I think. You know? You have to choose. You have to make a choice. God, I have to... White Octopara better? Oh, that's racist. For some reason. I think you're being a racist right now, and I'm not sure I like him. With Opera, you can also get her husband, by the way. I don't remember the name, though, of the husband. I suppose you've already beaten this game, right? At least once? Maya Mayor, have you beaten this game at least once? I assume you did. I assume you have. At this point. You're not as slow as me. I got all the achievements months ago. Jesus Christ. Has it already been... Wait, has it already been months since this game came out? That's impossible. When did this game come out? It has not been months since this game came out. It's impossible. I refuse to believe it. That it's been already months since this game came out. I refuse to believe it. Somehow. Oh boy. And I'm still at the very beginning of the game. The game came out last year! Oh god. Wait. Hold on. Did this game come out before me going to the hospital or after? Did this game come out before me going to the mental ward or after? Now I need to know. Oh my god. Bunny! It seems like my viewer base is not much for video games. 60% viewers left. This is not a gaming stream friendly audience. Let's see what President Sunday is up to.
The reality of material conditions that's driving this and the economics that are at stake. You're talking again about the same thing as always, which is what is the minimum required for people to really be invested in something happening to Russia? If Russia gets broken up, which again, the US neocon infrastructure and I think the leadership of the Ukraine at this point, that seems to be what they say is their goal. You're talking about a massively oil-rich, resource-rich area broken up and again, open for new oil-rich. That seems to be what they say is their goal. And I think the leadership of the Ukraine at this point, oil-rich.
Probably tomorrow, if I'm alive tomorrow. But this is, I think the biggest takeaway from this is this is so much deeper than either of us thought. Certainly more than I thought. And Brooks is saying he's
I like to pretend, or at least, I mean, I read a good amount of shit on this stuff because I find it really interesting. Yeah. But there's layers.
You ain't getting this from Wikipedia. I'm gonna say that.
No, this is not. But this isn't even really from anything. Like it's a new brave new world, you know.
Yeah. So I think we're probably going to be talking about this a lot going forward.
What a dig on
actually, I think it's worthwhile because it's
I think so
just
too.
Talking about ISK and understanding how they operate or what they do alone.
I'm gonna have to watch this stream later.
How they're connected with ISIS Central.
Oh my God!
How
within 2 weeks,
the Taliban feeds in and how they deal with that.
I think I went to the mental ward within 2 weeks of this game.
There's a fascinating reality that's happening in the Middle East with all the different powers that are very much not really fighting over ideology, and that's the name of your stream is the fucking best line from that Mark Ames piece. There's so many good lines, but it's
well, it was, I changed it to bracket to reflect the content, but
yeah, it's the line ideology only
I was
goes
like,
as far as the bottom
wait.
line or something.
The ideology is only worth as much as its return on investment.
As a return on investment. Yes. Jesus Christ.
Rabani publicly executes destiny.
What a line.
Yeah.
Is there any parts of the piece you wanted to read? Because it is worthwhile maybe to read it.
Well, let's take a look quickly.
Because it is long, and he does restate things like a few times, but it's.
You know what? Let's read over that section. The big question: who's behind it? We'll get some more clarity on that because he's going to have a more lucid take.
Oh.
Yeah, it's as a note. So
I didn't know
Mark
this
Ames,
would happen.
Who I've been following for years and years. Exile is one of my favorite old websites / newspapers out of Russia during sort of Putin's early days, all the way through the sort of aughts. Ultimately, Putin shut him down for, I think, working against the state, which they fucking were totally doing. Like they were raucous. They were all expats, and it was really fascinating bunch of guys. They all ended up being reporters who sort of.
This is not a Russian simp, by the way. Like, despite the fact
No. He just, I mean, he likes Russia, but he likes Russia, the country and the culture and all that. He's not a Putin fan at all. If they're what I would consider to be actual leftists. He and John Dolan and Yashin.
Okay, I'm gonna criticize a little bit because Putin's not the primary. Oh gosh. Oh damn. Oh no. I have to debate Brooks on this and President Sunday. That the problem of Russia is not just a problem of Putin.
Lasha Levine's done has been hosting with John Dolan the Radio War Nerd, which is maybe one of the better podcasts. This comes from his piece, and he's very well informed, very interesting. It's worth looking up.
He relies heavily on the book we were looking at earlier, The Islamic State in Khorasan, which I'll be spending a lot of time over the next couple of weeks.
Yeah.
But we'll just go over this section quickly, and just because he puts it very well. The big question, of course, is who's behind it? This is Mark Ames' piece. As I'll show later on in this article, ISK, or Islamic State Khorasan, the ISIS offshoot behind Friday's attack in Moscow, has a documented history of tailoring its terrorist operations to its foreign intelligence sponsors' needs. In fact, it wasn't long ago that ISK had foreign sponsors from the Gulf monarchies who ordered ISK to carry out attacks designed to weaken Russia. So yes, there's a documented history of ISK hitting Russia for its foreign sponsors, and therefore, we have to consider the possibility today. Earlier this month, the U.S. Embassy in Moscow warned of an imminent attack by quote-unquote extremists who plan to target large gatherings in Moscow to include concerts, quote-unquote. The warning came just a couple of days after the FSB killed 6 alleged IS militants in a massive shootout in Karabulak, a town in the southern Russian Republic, and the Shisha, a majority Muslim republic adjacent to Chechnya. U.S. intelligence is blaming the Moscow attack on ISK, or Islamic State Khorasan province. That province referring to all of Afghanistan, Pakistan, Central Asia, and Iran, and all parts of Russia. Yeah, I've looked at several maps, of course, some of them disagree with what is actually included in that, so I'm going to need to look that up and get a stronger understanding of the territory as well. This is from Gustosi. This cites here. The relationship between Islamic State Central, such as it still exists, and ISK is murky, like all things terrorism. We know that ISK carried out the attack, but did they have a sponsor or sponsors? When it comes to the most obvious suspect for who would have sponsored the attack, the one with the biggest motive to hit Russia, where it hurts and fracture or collapse the state, the one with the proven record of using armed extremists, quote, to attack Russians inside Russia, then Ukraine's intelligence services have to be seriously considered. Now, to be clear here as well, he says they have to be seriously considered, probably because there's a reluctance to consider them. He's not saying he necessarily thinks it's them. He's just saying, like, this is a potential suspect. There are many other potential suspects, including some that aren't identified with any particular state. The fact that the 4 terrorists were caught on the M3 highway, known as the Ukraine Highway in Katsun, just 140 kilometers, 85 miles from the Ukraine border, doesn't look good for Ukraine, to put it mildly. Just to put this into perspective, he gives a map here and he shows their escape route. So this road here that my mouse is tracking, that I think you can barely see, the upper dotted line, that tracks the shortest route to a border outside of Russia. If you're trying to escape the Russian military and police, since you've just carried out a terrorist attack on a Moscow music center, you're probably going to want to escape outside of Russia as quickly as possible. They took a longer route towards northern Ukraine.
By almost, 30%.
It's like, yeah. And
it's like 30% more. It's significant. And
it's not just like, you can't just say, oh, well, maybe there was a reason why they were not going this way. That's infrastructural, or they were like spooked by some kind of military presence or whatever. First of all, they weren't that smart. Secondly, because again, like their level of planning here is indicated by the fact that they left and are fleeing and were arrested, I believe, out of the same van they used to get to.
They were.
Yeah. So
and there's actually like video posted of the interrogations of them. There's like it's astonishing the amount of shit that, because they don't, people, it's a weird thing in Russia. Police will just post shit online, so they're in groups and all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, so there are other paths they could have taken as well, also to Belarus. It's interesting. It's not definitive though. Like, it doesn't necessarily mean absolutely that. Therefore, this had to do with specifically with Ukraine, but it's a decision, right? So,
yeah.
The attack took place at the Crocus Concert Center, west-northwest of Moscow in the suburbs. The shortest route out of Russia would have been to take the M1 Belarus Highway west through Smolensk to Belarus, about 450 kilometers or 280 miles. Instead, they took a longer route south on the M3 for the Ukrainian border, 530 kilometers, 330 miles from the attack site, adding nearly 80 kilometers or 50 miles to their trip. Putin has already publicly claimed that the 4 attackers had handlers on the Ukraine border, waiting to spirit them to safety, but he stopped short of outright blaming Ukraine. That's kind of important once again, because like even so, this doesn't actually mean Ukraine is responsible. And if anyone's going to have an incentive to blame Ukraine on any evidence that they have, it's going to be Putin. The 4 terrorists, I'll use that loaded word terrorist here because it's easier for everyone and is appropriately descriptive for IS, have all been...
Okay, we're muting President Sandy. Lorena, help me out here. What's wrong, Ashton? You sound miserable. Don't be miserable, Ashton. Damn. wasn't able to get a debate. No one wants to debate me, and it's sad.
こいつらがさ、この掘り出し物の兜を買ってくれって聞かないんだよ。
ギャフフ
ギャフギャフなんて言ってるの？
魔物竜にとってだけじゃなく、僕にとっても有効なアイテムなんだぞ。
それでその兜って、
それが
なんとか買えるけど。
Sure, let's buy it. Wait, can we?
いいわ、買いましょう。
いいのかい？
しょうがないわよ。だってアシュトンのその苦労も元はといえば私たちのせいなんだし、それにいつも私たちのものばかり買っているしね。
ギャフフ
He looks happy as well.
ギョロが偉い、俺は感動したぞって言ってるよ。
Wow.
いいのよギャロ。私たちの
Creepy.
仲間なんだから。
We're friends, creepy. What a text. Okay, we got our private action done. Interesting. We're going to Salva to do a private action. I love that it tracks your private actions now, that you don't have to go blindly and search them out. I do love that. Married couple.
これなんかいいんじゃありませんこと？
そうだね。でもこの色だったらセリーヌさんの方こそ似合うんじゃないかな。
そうかしら。でしたらこっちのなんかはどうですの？
確かに結構いいね。
何を見てるんですか？
あ、レナ。
何を見てるかって当然宝石ですわよ。サル
細工の技術はクロスほどじゃないけどね。
Oh.
それは仕方ありませんわよ。
Why do you feel bad? What happened?
二人とも宝石が好きなんですね。
レナは嫌いかい？
あら、そんなわけないでしょ。レナだって女の子なんですもの。
Ashton's not a lady.
私も好きですよ。
レナだったらそうだね。髪の色に合わせてサファイアな
Are
んて
they
似合うんじゃないか
suggesting
な。
Ashton is a girl?
でもエメラルドもいいんじゃありません？
純粋にダイヤモンドも似合いそうだね。肌の色も白いことだし。
そうだわ。どれか一つ気に入った宝石を選んでくださらない？そんな悪いいからいいから。お姉さんからのささやかな贈り物ですわ。
What should I choose? I have no clue. I'll go for a diamond.
それならダイヤモンドを。ダイヤモンドでいいのね。
ダイヤモンドならどの服にも合わせられるしね。
True.
すみません。これをいただけませんこと？
はい、ダイヤモンドですね。毎度ありがとうございます。
John's.
いいんですか？本 当に気になさらなくても結構よ。
セリーヌさん、僕には
甘いですわ。
Ooh, that is very cool. Okay, let's listen in on President Sunday. You better.
Al-Qaeda is on our side in Syria. Quote, unquote. Even Obama's, this is crazy, even Obama's Secretary of State John Kerry was reported describing him.
Okay, never mind. Jesus. Oh, I just feel like she was painted as a. Oh. I mean, I have to look into it. I'm not even. Okay, private action.
"ハンカチを拾ったんだけど、ここの家のかな?"
Oh, I know this.
君のハンカチかい?
私のハンカチなくしちゃったと思ってたの。
A new girl.
変なお兄ちゃん。私はエラノールっていうの。
Oh.
僕の名前はアシュトン。もうなくしちゃダメだよ。それじゃあね。
I see.
ねえ、アシュトン
Maybe I
のお
look
兄ちゃ
into
ん。
it.
お兄ちゃんは旅人さんなんだよね。
うん、そうだよ。
旅って面白いの？
どうかな。楽しいことも多いけど、そればっかりじゃないよ。僕がこんな体になっちゃったのも旅をしていたからだしね。なんでそんなことを聞くんだい？
私ね、生まれつき体が弱いの。お家の窓から見渡せるものしか見たことがないんだ。だからね、見ることができないのなら、せめてたくさんのお話を
From strangers that just enter my house without permission.
そうなんだ。
だからお願いがあるの。ねえ、お外のお話を聞かせてくれない？
いいとも。僕の知っていることでよかったら好きなだけ聞かせてあげるよ。
本当？ありがとう、お兄ちゃん。
I'm gonna steal your stuff. Ring of Sadness. Oh gosh. No, that's depressing. A mystical ring that lowers the wearer's attack power in exchange for increased defense. That's actually pretty good. Hold on. That's good for you. very good for you.
あ、レナ。ちょうどよかった。今レナのことを探しに行こうかと思っていたんだよ。
ごめんなさい。悪いとは思ったんだけど、話を全部聞いてたの。
Oh no.
ねえレナ、君の力でエラノールの病気を治してあげられないかな。一生ずっとベッドの中から出られないなんて、なんか悲しすぎるよ。
わかったわ。やってみる。
Hold on. I have to listen to President Sunday for a second now.
Discovery of close Taliban relations with the Iranians appears to have shut schools. In the Gustosi's book, a Saudi intelligence source, quote, according to Gustosi's book,
out loud, so we're probably wrong.
You demonstrate
into like literally the entire thing that is going on here is over and over and over saying, hey, literally the goal of the U.S. is to weaken Russia. The goal of U.S. neocons or military men out loud saying it's to have Russia fall apart, break apart, to disintegrate Russia. It's a
and this
pretty aggravating thing.
This is a crazy article that goes into a ton. But I just wanted to end off on this quote because this is fascinating, and this sort of directly ties to what we were talking about earlier on. ISK has a track record of secretly contracting with various foreign intelligence services to carry out terror attacks that serve common goals. This is most clearly laid out in Antonio.
I'll just listen to this stream later on my own time.
大丈夫。心配しないで。
ダメみたい。私の力じゃ彼女を治すことはできないわ。
Oh no.
そうか。
ごめんなさい。
いや、レナのせいじゃないよ。
You have to boost your powers.
ごめんよ。僕たちの力じゃ君の病気を癒してあげることはできないんだ。
いいの。気にしないで。私もう諦めちゃってるから。だって
Oh no, giving up.
お兄ちゃんたちとお話できて私本当に嬉しかった。
Just a detail in the case, huh? Where are your parents? Oh, there's the mom. Maybe I'll talk about Orban tomorrow when Karas is here.
よし。
Wow. It's a dinosaur. Uh-oh. Oh, wow. The ocean breeze is so good I can hear the cheerful voice of the fisherman. Yeah, should do some fishing ourselves. Hey, did I hear someone say fishing? What? Did you say that you're gonna fish? I don't think I did. Wanna fish? You fish liking? You're explaining the point, you must be... Damn. Slow down, buddy. I'm sorry, it's not often that I meet fishermen from another planet. I got a little carried away. I don't get it, but who are you anyway? That's right, and you are... The name's real. I like fish and fishing just a little more than people. What a cute girl. My dream is to catch every kind of fish in the world. In port, they call me the fish collector. It's a little embarrassing, but I'm glad to meet you. I wonder who said it. And since fate happened to bring us here in this little corner of the vastness of space, I have a favor to ask. I want to catch every kind of fish in the world, but it's a little difficult to do on my own, and so... You mean you want to fish we catch? You catch on quick, but don't misunderstand me. I'm going to take your catch, see? I'm not going to. I simply want you to show me your fish picture and Scopedia regularly, of course. I'll make it worth your while. Also, if you catch more fish than you need, I'll buy the extras from the extra price. I think you can catch fish with cook with the fish. That's fine, I can help you then. Perfect. Yahoo! Thank you, thanks so much, I'm so happy, Yahoo. As this. This is my life's work, a manual manual, The Secrets of Fishing. Just reading it will greatly improve your fishing skills. You may be able to catch fish that no one has ever caught before. I'm always around you, so when you fill out your fish picture and spit it in... Oh gosh. Oh wow. Oh wow. I should fish more. We should fish more. Especially since fishing is easy in this game. You just click when it's an exclamation mark. Like this. Can you even fail? I don't think you can even fail. I don't think this is interesting for a stream, though. Okay, let's go. That's not... I failed a few times. Oh, so it's possible. So... let's save. Wait, where's the quest? Where's side quest here? Cannot believe you can... well, maybe it's possible. Maybe I just did the easy fishing. Okay, let's look for the quest. It's supposed to be a quest in the city. A side quest. But I cannot find it for some reason. Not here. Where's the side quest? Stinks of alcohol in here. Weird. Why can't I find a side quest? I don't... It says there's a side quest here, but I just cannot find it. What? How do I find the quest? Maybe it's in the forest? Quest is in the forest, do you think? I think it's in the forest. Maybe. Is it? No. What is happening?
あれは?
あれは何でしょう? There is no... Oh? Interesting. Maya Mayor, help me. I cannot find the quest. It's supposed to be here. Have I... What? Have I failed somehow? Have I failed at quest finding? Weird. There's supposed to be a quest here. It says see yellow sub-event. Village Elder's home. The mayors of very... Where's the sub quest? It's supposed to be here. Oh, hold on. Oh, never mind. The book. An exorcism. You who has been possessed by an alien form shall find the solution within. Alright, let's do this.
あったわ。これね。
よし、僕が読むぞ。取りつかれし魔物の種によりて慎重に選ぶべし。僕は竜だよ。魔物竜に取りつかれし者、空を舞う王者の涙を聖なる銀の杯に受けよう。
その涙を受ける銀の杯はどこにありますの？
銀の杯が眠るは静かなる水面に抱かれし母なる体内。
Wait, really, Gabriel?
って海かな。
湖って言えばクロス大陸の北西にあるコルコのことじゃありません？
でも母なる体内っていうところがよくわからないな。
きっと山岳宮殿のことじゃないかしら。コルコのところにあるし。
王者の涙を持ちし者は険しき山頂に立ち誇らかに勝負を挑む。空を舞う王者の涙、山頂に住む鳥かなんかのことを指しているんじゃないのかな。
はい。
でしたらクロスの西に魔鳥の住み
It's
着きと
about
言
the
われる
super
ラ
mountain,
スガ
the
ス
super
山脈がありま
birds.
したよ。
空の王者より勝利を得しとき、そなたは涙を受けん。
それからどうする？
魔物竜が生まれし場所に戻りて、銀の杯に注がれし王者の涙を口に含み、我が書物の示す誓いの言葉を唱えよ。それで僕は自由になれるんだね。
はい。
激しき苦しみの方向とともに、魔物竜は
Oh no.
この世より消滅せん。
消滅せん。
ギョロとウルル死んじゃうの？
Yes.
そこまでする必要がありますの？
それじゃ僕はどうなってもいいっていうの？
Yes.
そういうわけじゃないんだけど、あんまりかなって。
You're cruel.
結局は可愛い方の味方なんだな。
ギャフフフ。
なんだか胸が切なくなってきましたわ。
なんてやつだ。泣き落とし作戦に出ているぞ。いや、しょうがないんじゃないのかな。あのさ、この際そのままでいたら。やっと見つけた払い落としの方法なんだ。僕は絶対にやり抜くぞ。じゃあ手始めに銀の杯を取りに山岳宮殿に向かおう。
It's actually a pretty
それが
hard
ないと
place.
涙を受けることもできないもんな。アシュトン、いやなんでもない。
ギョロとウルルンのいないアシュトンなんて。
なんだよみんなして。
I'm the victim here.
山岳宮殿はクロス大陸の北西にあるのよね。
Played some Star Ocean for once. Damn. I'm thinking, how long have we been streaming? I'm thinking 4 hours 41 minutes. I'm thinking I'm gonna go to bed for today. So thank you. Thank you for everything and good night. Love and solidarity. We did a nice segment about immigration. Immigration rocks. So I will be seeing you. Where is Brooks? Hold on, where's Prison Sunday for that matter? Oh, there we go. So yes, good night. Good night, good night.